check, check. They say third time's the charm, and for a third season, Lynchburg hosts the Burg Open to restart this indoor track and field campaign as we cross over into the new year. Hi everybody, Evan Gates rocking with you from the Liberty Indoor Track and Field Complex. It sure feels like quite the charming setting to ring in 2026. Obviously one of the best venues in the nation, and it's right in your backyard if you attend the University of Lynchburg. A golden opportunity for some quick times. We know winter break is always one of those situations where you've got to come out of it stronger. You have a few weeks away from your team. Everybody's looking to go and post big marks this season. You don't have a lot of time in the indoor slate, just about 2 months for a traditional season. Now you've cut that, and you have conference championships on the doorstep in early March. So a lot to play for so many different schools. Of course, the field events have gotten started early today with the throws. You see them on your screen. They got started around 10 a.m. and then running events at 11. Blue Ridge Timing will have all the live results throughout the day, so you can stay tuned for all the action and what will be a very brief and quick meet. Obviously, the entire slate of competition is featured, but you will have just a few sections in each one, and we will get started at 11 with the hurdle prelims. About 5 minutes out, we're going to have the national anthem and get things started here across town at Liberty. So much to talk about and a lot of time to talk about it. Hope you join us here on FloSports and the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Stay with us. Welcome back to Liberty, just minutes away from kicking off action in the 60-meter hurdle prelims. Of course, 2 sections to get this one started on the women's side, and really an exciting arrival to 2026. A lot of new names and obviously transfers. You think about those who have changed scenery as we get started for the new year. But Casey Kelly is a familiar name for Lynchburg. She's going to be in lane 4 here in this first prelim. And interesting enough, she has been on the national scale for the triple jump, finished 3rd last year at the 2025 NCAA Indoor Championships. Really needed a big jump, had her 3rd attempt, and was ultimately on the brink of being out of the competition. Came out with a 12:34 meter leap, that is 40 feet, and ultimately sailed to the front of the competition. Now she is in her first hurdle event as a Hornet. She's done the 100, she's done the 200. This is a little bit of a different opportunity, but you feel like with that skill set, she is certainly going to be a primetime candidate for this event. Shania Owens will join her to her left in lane 3 from Randolph, and then Malia Stewart, the freshman from Bridgewater, in 5 to kick off the action here at the Burg Open. This is the 3rd edition of this meet. Goes back to a few years ago. A lot of local opponents, obviously schools that Lynchburg will likely see on the outdoor slate in a month or 2. But an opportunity to be right here at the Liberty Indoor Track Complex. Prelims and then finals, as we said. 11 athletes competing in the women's 60-meter hurdle prelims. And it is a dogfight right in the middle of the track. Just 2 opponents to kick this one off. Owens in 3, Casey Kelly in 4. The school record holder for the triple jump in indoor and outdoor for Lynchburg in her first hurdle prelim. Gunfires, and here we go. Kelly off to the races right away. Looks comfortable through the first few hurdles. Now just has to get to the finish line. Going to be a tight one, but Casey Kelly able to get there by a hair, as Owens made that one competitive. And typically you see a lot of that early in this race as Kelly posts 10:84, 10:94 for Shania Owens. As we said, Blue Ridge Timing will have all the results throughout the day. You see someone who's new to the event, it can be difficult trying to get familiar with things early, but Casey Kelly did look like she had the form. Gets over cleanly and has the first event of the day capped off. We'll head to the second section. Exciting opportunities for everybody, but of course Liberty has a strong contingent in the middle of the track for this one. Lucy Hauser for Liberty will be in lane 1, the freshman with the 9:49 seed time. Maddie Watson of Bridgewater in 2. Olivia Rivera Norman of Liberty in 3. Natasha Bryan of Liberty in 4. Olivia Krieger, ODAC opponent from Bridgewater in 5. Paige Greenhagel from Liberty in 6. Audrey Lacombe of Lynchburg in 7. And Nadia Abdul-Salam from Ferrum in 8. Transfer in the offseason. Natasha Bryan with an 8:88 seed time. Olivia Rivera Norman with an 8:69 seed time. Strong in the middle of the track. When you look at Bryan, 2024 Conference USA Indoor Pentathlon champion, runner-up in both last year. When you look at those multi-events going into the outdoor slate, she has been strong. Former ASUN Women's Most Outstanding Freshman. So much of it in the track and field landscape is about confidence. Well, at the Liberty kickoff, she won 3 events. The 800, the high jump, and the shot put. A wild spread. She's looking to take the victory here at the Burg Open. We'll have to get through the prelims first. Keep your eyes on the flames as we get set for section 2. Up and away. Immediately you see the separation as Bryan soars to the front. No questions asked, no problems had here in this second section. 9:17 the time posted. As we said, an 8:88 seed time. We'll see if she can dip down under 9 for that later in the final as Watson and Greenhangle round out the podium. Ultimately, you see the way that Brian just gets that stride out. Sometimes it's all about confidence in a hurdle prelim. There was a lot of it that time. Watson of Bridgewater finished with a 9:69 for second. Greenhangle in third, just slightly behind Maddie Watson. You think about this Bridgewater team that finished third in the ODAC last year on the women's side. They have a lot of young talent. Current days of collegiate running and competing, you think about just trying to retain so much of that talent. And obviously Taylor Myers for Bridgewater, who had a fantastic campaign on the distance side in her first season, transferred out after just a year, now going across town to James Madison. It's a very similar feel here in Lynchburg. Obviously 5 schools in the area. But Lynchburg has really enjoyed a lot of that transfer portal in the sense that they're getting talent and they have been able to develop that talent. Really the biggest part, the biggest piece of the puzzle. Takes a lot of time, but everybody looks strong as we head into the men's 60-meter hurdle prelims. 2 sections, facility record 7:69. It was set by Jordani Woodley of UTEP just last year. A lot of talent has been in the area in recent times, and this is going to be an exciting section as Samuel O'Regan will be our favorite from Liberty. 8:83 seed time. Comes into this one as a heptathlete, finished 4th at Conference USA's in the decathlon last year as well. 15:85 is the 1:10 PR. That's from back at Jack Tom, so he has enjoyed his time running in the Hill City. You've seen his name a lot. Another one of the Liberty athletes looking to make some noise here early in this meet. Finalist for the 60-meter hurdles on the women's side will be pretty easy to decide because there were only 8 athletes competing out of the 11 slated to be on the starting line. Natasha Bryan moves her way to the front, clearly the fastest seed in that section, 9:17. Maddie Watson, an impressive showing from Bridgewater as well, that 9:69 to finish second. Getting set for prelims on the men's side. Rudy Andrase running unattached for Ferrum at 2. Jaden Brown of Bridgewater at 3. Trey Burchett, Bridgewater at 4. Samuel Reagan for Liberty at 5. Lots of competition around, and you think about how these meets operate. Well, sometimes it's no mark. It can be the dangerous 2 words in a section. You never know what to expect. Chisholm Anupurga running for DC International will be in lane 6. He's in that category. Opportunity to go and post something quick. We always call it the wild card sections. Full house in heat 2, 8 expected to toe the starting line. Reagan, the 8:83 seed time sophomore for the Flames, will be in lane 5. Just about ready to roll as we transition to the men's prelims. Clean starts all the way around. The Eagles had a nice start from Bridgewater. It's the 2 no marks on the right side of the track who get through comfortably. Anukwagong in 6 was well ahead of the field, 8:39. That was an impressive showing. You looked at it from the start in the drive phase. There were really no questions. Brown of Bridgewater was able to get third. That was a lightning quick start from the Eagles. Getting set for the second section. Advertised as the fast heat, and Isaiah Adore of Liberty has been one of the speedsters on display time and time again for the Flames contingent. Doesn't look like he's on the starting line, but Adore has been perennially one of those contenders, a 7:85 seat time, as he was the only one under 8 seconds. Mario Carter of Randolph is in 1. Ardarian Diamond of Lynchburg, the freshman, in 2. Adore slated to be in 3. Caleb Gaberhamino of Ferrum in 4. Michael Leach of Lynchburg in 5. Patrick Adams III of Liberty in 6. And Xavion Steele of Lynchburg in 7. And Jake Nicholson of Liberty in 8. Gaberhamino, the freshman, with an 8:40 seed time. Obviously, Ferrum now Division II, not in the ODAC. But so many of these athletes have just been continuing to accelerate. And Ferrum is a school that has a lot of young talent as well. We mentioned it with Bridgewater earlier, especially on that women's side. Gaberhamino, a freshman who hasn't competed in an official event yet. This is his collegiate debut. Attended Harrisonburg High School. And of course, you know what happens when Michael Leach is on the line for Lynchburg. You gotta show love to someone who had such a fantastic story last year. Reigning and defending ODAC champ in the 60-meter hurdles. Entered as the 2 seed by just 100th of a second. Ran a PR in both the prelims and the finals to defeat George Marable and company. What an exciting event that was, and Leach looking to repeat. He's in the red singlet in 5, Gaberhamino in 4, your 2 favorites in the middle of the track. Ready for liftoff here in the second section. Start looks good, and Leach is off and firing early in this race. Already a few steps ahead. He looks strong through the line. That could very well be a personal best. We hold our breath, 8:41. 800ths off of that PR of 8:33. To do that in January is a very impressive showing. And Xavion Steele finishes with 8:74. And Ardarian Diamond for Lynchburg. They call him AD around the Hill City. He completes a sweep for the Hornets of the top 3 positions. Michael Leach, an 8:33 PR. He ran an 8:43 in the 60-meter hurdles in this last heptathlon. That was back at the Liberty kickoff. So to be doing that after winter break is a very positive sign for Lynchburg. You know he's going to be right in the mix as everyone continues the action. It has been a fun start to the Burg Open. Some fast times already and finals secured for the hurdle events. Still a little bit of time until we kick things off with the women's 60-meter dash prelims at around 11:30. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll keep our eyes feasted on some of the field events throughout the day. Again, Blue Ridge Timing has all of your results. You can keep an eye on it and watch it on your screen. Glad you're joining us on Flow College and the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Welcome back from the Burg Open here at the Liberty Indoor Track Complex. We've got the women's 60-meter dash as we follow up the 60-meter hurdle prelims that will be coming up shortly. And just an exciting day to bring track and field back. Obviously, every single weekend is occupied from now until the conference championships for this Lynchburg team. So get your popcorn ready. It's going to be a fun winter, but you do feel like that grants a lot of chances to go out there, create those personal best marks, and just get in a little bit of a rhythm before the important part of this season. It's important now, obviously, as you try and set those good marks as everyone starts getting ready for this women's 60, but you do feel like you have a little bit more grace. So sometimes you see quick times at this part of the season, you're saying, well, the pressure's been off, it's an easier situation. We're going to see how it goes down as we get ready for Section 1. Facility record is 7:16. The program record for Lynchburg is going to be well within reach for Riley Turner, as we'll talk about that soon. Alicia Washington, the program record holder at 7:85. That has been on the ropes for a few months. You think about training in the off season, you see a lot of athletes emerge as some of those record holder candidates. Tristan Wright did that last year. We'll see him running unattached in the men's 60-meter dash. As we set the stage for Heat 1, Leticia Conte-Murrill of Southwest Sprinters will be in lane 1. Hannah Schminke for Lynchburg in 2. Diana Mackey of Ferrum in 3. Brianna Taylor, the freshman for the Hornets in 4. Tatiana Langston for Randolph in 5. Rinya Russell of Randolph in 6. Malaysia Thomas of RU Track Club in 7. And Desiree Christian of Ferrum in 8. Taylor and Langston, the two to watch. Right in the middle of the track. And they're off. Clean start and even start. Taylor Lydia here in front. Now you got to watch in lane 6 as well. That was tight. As we wait to see the final results, it is Brianna Taylor, an 8:14 performance. Russell of Randolph, the freshman, ran 8:20. Look at the young talent on display here in the Hill City as Thomas rounds it out with an 8:42. Overall, when you think about how these results are calculated, you think about the 60-meter dash, you don't have a lot of time. And obviously these athletes who have really started to figure things out freshman year can just get in such a rhythm. Heading on to the second section, Emma Kelly of Ferrum in 1. Caitlin Etienne of DC International is in 2. Zenela Hatcher-Simmons of Ferrum in 3. Alexandra Guzman running unattached in 4. Electra McPherson for Sweetbriar in 5. Megan Walter of Bridgewater in 6. Tiana Ayers of Randolph in 7. And Alasia Griffith of Bluefield in 8. Quick seed in this one is Hatcher-Simmons for Ferrum, an 8:40 seed time in lane 3. We'll try and keep you updated with all the results throughout the day. Still awaiting the official ones from that first section, but Brianna Taylor of Lynchburg, smooth sailing to get to the front. Packed house here in the second section, all 8 towing the line, ready to go. Taylor had an 8:14 in that first section. Rinya Russell in second with 8:20. Alasia Thomas 8:42 to round out the podium. Desiree Christian was just off as well with an 8:43. Think about finals. I have to see it as the picture becomes a little more clear. And here we go. Middle of the track again. Strong start from Kelly. Inside and running tight. Like she held it through the line. Beg your pardon, that was Etienne of DC International, an 8:39 performance. Guzman snuck into second with an 8:47, and then Walter of Bridgewater with an 8:49. So it was Etienne who really, when you look at how some of these heats unfold, led that one coast to coast. Brianna Taylor had a very tough surge at the end to get to the front. Getting ready for a third section that's going to be entertaining, because when you look at some of these sprint events, the quickest sections will be smack dab in the center of the competition. This is one of those events that's going to be a lot of fun. The ODAC champ Jade Buckles will be on display in this one. Go back to last year. Was able to just knock it out and really put on a show. ODAC track athlete of the meet at the 2025 ODAC Outdoor Championships. As we said earlier, Bridgewater claimed third in the team standings on that one. 777 to earn the ODAC title. Tyronia Patterson of Ferrum in one. Jessica Taylor for Randolph, school record holder in just about everything, is in two. Annie Whited for Greenbrier East High School running unattached. She's going to be the one to watch, a 7:50 seed time. She's in three. Placed 11th in the women's 100 in the national elite field at Adidas Nationals. Camille Vaughn of Ferrum in four. Jade Buckles in five. Kiana McClung runs unattached in six. Rebecca Allen of Liberty in seven. Riley Turner of Lynchburg in eight. Prelim up and away. It looks like easy work for the ODAC champ, Jade Buckles, who rockets to the front. Immediately, didn't waste any time to go 780. Whited runs 785, Turner 796. Very consistent result from her last few races. Mentioned that Riley Turner has been on the doorstep of trying to go for that school record at 785. Ran just 100th off her time to start the season. Jade Buckles, in her debut for the season, looked very comfortable. 776 PR. Ran 780 this time in the prelim. Mentioned that Annie Whited would be one to watch. She has competed in the Junior Olympics. Runs every event from the 100 to the 800. She says her best is the 400. At an interview after one of her events. And I mean, when you have that type of range, the 60 is probably on the lowest side of the scale, especially for a high schooler. You don't always get an indoor season. You're trying to travel. It's obviously a very impressive showing, but Jade Buckles looking as advertised, like she is ready to rock and roll this indoor season. Final section features Taisha Spencer of Sweetbriar, Violet Walsh of Sweetbriar, Ariana Jones of Bridgewater, Helena Foman of Sweetbriar, Lillian Bigger of Ferrum, and Shaylee Utley of Sweetbriar. Four on the line for our final section here on the women's side. Off and running separation right away. Bridgewater's been on display all day. And they get a little bit more from Ariana Jones, the freshman, who gets over the line. 8:33 the official result. Spencer files in for second at 8:54, and Utley 9:18 to round out the podium. Getting set for the men's sections. We'll keep our eye on finalists. Obviously, there will be 8 of them. On the men's side, just like the women, a lot of competition, but it's going to be a fast section later on. Sometimes you see heats as fast as slow, sometimes it's the inverse, sometimes it's right in the middle. Men's men's 60-meter dash facility record is 6:61. The program record for Lynchburg is 6:74. That was set by Tristan Wright last year, who finished 5th at the NCAA championships. Six sections this time on the men's side. Kyron Golden of Randolph in 1, Xavier Calloway of Randolph in 2, Ian Brown for Bridgewater in 3 here in this first section. He is one of those names we've seen time and time again. James McLean of Randolph in 4, Jeff Minskoll of Randolph in 5, Kyle Galloway of Bridgewater in 6, Bronson Andrash of Lynchburg in 7, Lender Jackson of Randolph in 8. As you just heard, Daniel Cutright doing the announcing here in the facility in Liberty. A lot of parity for that women's 60 final. Jade Buckles, the fast time 7:80 from Bridgewater. Along with Annie Whited, Riley Turner, Camille Vaughn, Brianna Taylor, Jessica Taylor, Renya Russell, and Ariana Jones. Lynchburg, Ferrum, Randolph, Bridgewater, all represented. A lot of local talent making their way to the front. We're ready for this first men's section. Anybody's game, a lot of tight times on the seeds, and watch out as it was very close. Lender Jackson from lane 8 made it tight. James McLean from Randolph as well. It's Jackson in lane 8 who sneaks in 7:17. Got his teammate by 100th of a second. McLean with 7:18. Minskoll goes 7:25. Obviously, there are a lot of athletes that do not appreciate being on that outside lane. It's so tough, but to their advantage, they have everybody on one side. You don't have to look both ways, especially in a prelim when you're trying to qualify. Simply put, for qualifying, it's the top 8 times. Gotta be the quickest. Heat victories don't necessarily impact. Something to remember for some of these middle sections as we go to the second heat. Savion Thomas of Randolph in 1, Trenton Tucker of Lynchburg in 2, Lincoln Showers running unattached in 3 with Aiden Denning running unattached in 4. Jeff Mack running unattached in 5, Colson Noel of Lynchburg in 6, Jalil Weeks of Randolph in 7, and Benjamin Harris for Joyce Jackrabbits in 8. Trenton Tucker, one of the local kids for Lynchburg coming into the picture this year. Of course, Colson Noel, another freshman. Moments away from starting the second section. Underway, Lincoln Showers had a nice start, and he's going to have a nice finish. Coast-to-coast victory out of lane 3. 7:12 the official time as Trenton Tucker paced with him for the first few steps. And we just saw the quick emergence. Thomas of Randolph, 7:28 for second. We wait to see who rounds out the podium. We'll keep our eyes on the top 8 as well. Third section coming up is going to be the big one. Harris of Choice Jackrabbits at 8. Came through in 7:29 for third. But this is ultimately the main event. The third section, which will be a quick one. Matthew Mitchell running unattached in 1. Travis Henderson running unattached in 2. Justice English running unattached for Ferrum in 3. Freshman from Salem, Virginia, making his collegiate debut. A 6:90 seed time. He was a 6:58.55 runner last outdoor season. Xavier Moss running unattached in 4. Sophomore with a 6:99 seed time. He collected 100 and 200 PRs at the Big South Outdoor Championships at Longwood. Think about when the moment's the brightest, being able to go out and perform at a high level. That is always a welcome sign. Tristan Wright running unattached for this one, but made his presence known for Lynchburg in his freshman season. Just pure dominance. 5th at NCAA's, 4 first-place finishes throughout his freshman indoor season, and holds the Lynchburg 60-meter dash school record. He has a 6:74 PR, and he's in lane 5. Got to keep your eyes on him, and also the man next door, Jamal Jones, 6:88 PR. Transferred to Ferrum from Patrick and Henry Community College, and just like Tristan Wright, went to the NCAA stage. Beforehand, when he was at Patrick and Henry, he had a 13th place finish at the NJCAA Championships. That was an 11:45 in the 100. He's a full second faster now. Looking to go toe-to-toe with Tristan Wright. Marcus White of Liberty in 7, Tristan Peterson of Ferrum in 8. The rematch of the ODAC 60-meter dash. It is just prelims, but is there a little bit of pride involved in a race like this when you know you're going after it? Time will tell, and there's not a lot of time to go. Jamal Jones sprints to the front and leaves no doubt right away. Had a strong surge in the middle of that race, 6:81 the official time. That is a PR for Jones as Wright goes 6:93 for second. Moss completes the podium with a 7:01. Tell you what, for January, Jamal Jones looks very strong and very confident. Martinsville High School graduate getting right back to business. Big smile on his face as he goes to greet his coach, Andre Kidd. A PR to start the new year. Aren't many better gifts than that. And Jamal Jones will certainly be in the final, and perhaps with the quickest time in prelims. Deontay Lawson for Ferrum in 1 will jumpstart E4. Nathan Suttle running unattached in 2. Sincere Tan running unattached in 3. Jordan Smith in 4. James Young of Lynchburg in 5 with 3 of his teammates to his right. Michael Coley in 6. Isaiah Davis in 7. And Alex Brent in 8. 4 Hornets on the right side of the track. That can definitely help you out. Got the chance to talk to Al Brent before the meet, and he was saying much of the same. We talked about lane 8 earlier, how that's just a tricky position to be in, but he said, you know what, if you're going to have your teammates there, it makes it a little bit easier. Ultimately, a scrimmage for the boys in red. But not focused on the heat, focused on the times and trying to earn your position to the final. There's a lot to play for even at this part of the year because, yes, you're focused on this meet, but in a championship setting, getting back to business with prelims and finals can be so tough, especially for these sprinters who have had the fall to train and get back to it. They always call it race shape, being ready to go. And we'll see if men on our screen here in Section 4 are up for the task. Michael Coley of Lynchburg in 6 with the best seed time 7:07, but it's anybody's game. Just 0.12 of a second separate first to last. This is going to be a tight section. Blitzing start from Tan, running unattached in 3, and he is off and put about a meter or 2 between him and the rest of the competition. 6.94 for the victory. You don't always see that separation from the opening steps. You saw it there. Deontay Lawson for Ferrum 7.18, and Al Brent with a 7.19 performance. His comeback from injury. So many of these athletes have either been off for a long time or injured, trying to get back to that routine, and that's got to feel good for some of the Hornets in their season debut. Adrian Moraine running unattached in 1, the senior with a 7.68 seed time. We'll start Heat 5. G.K. Delamore running unattached in 2. Christian Humes, speedster for Randolph, top seed in the 400 later on today. He's in 3. Emmanuel Williams of Randolph in 4. Dason McMillan from Bluefield in 5. Oliver Smith running unattached in 6. Emmanuel Moss running unattached in 7. And Logan DeVong running unattached in 8. 6 sections for the men's 60. As of right now, the 8th fastest time is 7:01, so that's the cutoff for finals. See if anybody from this 5th or 6th section has enough gas in the tank to make it happen. Now the 6th heat features 8 athletes that are all without a mark. So that means when they're entering the meet, registering in that process, there's not a seed attached. So could be some of the quickest athletes in the entire competition. Just gotta wait and see. That's the great thing about track and field. The numbers won't lie. If you want to be in the finals, know what you got to do to get there. But first, we have this 5th heat. Emmanuel Williams for Randolph, a 7:39 seed in lane 4. Be your top seed. Lane 8 vacant. Everyone else in their blocks. Strong starts all around, and Williams has made his way to the front of the pack and will inch ahead just barely. Freshman from Randolph showing off a lot of the sprinters that have come into the Hill City. 7:39. Not a bad showing for his first race of 2026. Smith in 2nd, McMillan in 3rd with 7:42. Both showing next to their names. It comes down to the thousandths to decide that one. That'll bring us to our final section. Here are the men's 60 prelims. A trio of Bridgewater Eagles in 1 through 3. Jaden Davenport, Gavin Talbot, and John Sirico. Paul Ajayi running for DC International in 4. Logan McClung for Ferrum in 5. Farrell Crystalline running unattached in 6. Amir Jackson for Randolph in 7. Javon English running unattached for Ferrum in 8. Just to keep you updated on the schedule throughout the day. Of course, we have both 60-meter dash finals and 60-meter hurdle finals. It'll be the hurdles at 12:50. That will be after the mile, so beg your pardon. We're going to the distance events first, and then the 60-meter hurdle finals, followed by the 60. Ultimately, all the sprints, at least on the shorter side, out of the way early, as tradition shows. And then you think about the distance side, I mean, this is going to be more of a meet that features large presences from just one or two teams. Lynchburg obviously will have a lot of entries. Think about some of these teams trying to pack these events. You don't want to put your athletes on an island and have just one or two in a section. Final heat of prelims here on the men's 60-meter dash side. Off, and so far it's all Paul Ajayi in lane 4. Wins it by a stride over Farrell Crystalline, 6. Paul Ajayi 6.96. Farrell Crystalline with a 7.02. Davenport is in there with 7.11. So that will impact the top 8 in the finals. We mentioned it was just over 7 seconds. Comes down to the nth hour, and we will wait and see who has made their way in. We're going to take a quick break as results come through from those final sections. Next event on the track is about 10 minutes away. The women's mile at 12:05. Here from the Burg Open. Stick with us. It will be an exciting one to kick off the distance events here on this Friday afternoon. So glad you could be with us on Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network and Flow College. Welcome back to the Hill City. Evan Gates joined by a special guest, Joe Brennan, as we continue our coverage here at the Burg Open, the Liberty Indoor Track Complex. Joe, we've got the women's mile on deck. We've had a lot of fun so far, but just watching those sprints, I mean, you think about this time of the season, everybody's trying to post some quick times, but that was really impressive to get things started. No doubt, and obviously you think about trying to pack these events on the distance side. There's definitely a lot of opportunities to go quick and do it by committee, but we are going to see that especially in this first section, as Liberty will have the top 6 to get things started. And Joe, this won't be our only time here at Liberty on Flo and LHSN. You got a swim meet next weekend. There's a lot of those winter events that, no, they're not on campus, but you do feel like you still get a good turnout from some of the locals, right?
See our conference.
It's going to be a lot of fun, and as we get started here in this women's mile, I mean, that's just the type of climate you get for this part of the season. Obviously, it is neutral site for Lynchburg, but only about a 10-minute drive across town as we get things set. We'll go through some of the names for this women's mile, but we also have to make sure that we cover the finalist from the men's 60-meter dash prelims as we've awaited all the results. Still looks like they have a few coming in, but as of now, your top 8 will be Jamal Jones of Ferrum, Tristan Wright running unattached, Sincere Tan running unattached, Paul Ajayi of DC International, Xavier Moss running unattached, Rohel Crystalin running unattached, as well as Travis Henderson and Matthew Mitchell. So interesting enough, 7 out of the 8 athletes were unattached who will be competing in that mid-60-meter dash final. Now we are transitioning to this women's mile. Rachel Hill going to be the top seed of 4:58.60 PR. 14th place in the Conference USA Cross Country Championships. Obviously that was quite some time ago now as we have moved fully into indoor season, but for so many of these athletes, that was the last time they were out there. Sophia Clark with a 5:01.22 PR and a 3-minute 1K to open the year at the Liberty kickoff. By the way, the 1-2 seeds in this event finished first and second at last year's Burg Open Mile. Rachel Hill and Sophia Clark. Rainey Mayo for Liberty with a 5:02 PR. Very interesting story as she attended Miliani High School in Hawaii as a freshman and sophomore, moved to Virginia, and earned state titles in cross country and the 4x8 with Jamestown High School. So obviously you start in not only a different climate for running, but distance running might have the toughest task of trying to really get used to those new settings. Graceland Laudermilch wearing hip number 4, the freshman for Liberty, really has some upside. 5:03.1600 mark. Made her collegiate track debut at the Liberty kickoff with the 1K and the 4x4 relay, but ultimately you feel like she has a lot of room to grow and a lot of teammates to help her out. Emily Atha and Anna Fletcher for Liberty wearing hip numbers 5 and 6. Olivia Mora, the freshman for Bridgewater, in the mix with Savannah Wood for the Formula Track Club. Alyssa Harvey running unattached. And then Charlotte Bunting making her debut for Lynchburg. That's another interesting story, joining the distance crew mid-season. Edgewater, Maryland native from South River High School. There's a lot of storylines in this one. We'll see who takes this one out quickly. Obviously some separation to start the meet. And in the upper alley, you can see it straight away for Liberty. Not wasting any time, and for so many of these athletes, you know there's going to be a game plan. The coaches trying to preach using one another, staying true to the splits. Got to wonder what that time will be. It's likely right at 5 minutes as you see the new pace lights here in the facility at the Liberty Indoor Track Complex. New addition in the offseason. Exciting stuff all around for this Liberty program. Always so gracious to allow Lynchburg to host this meet across town. Rachel Hill right away, out in front. A little bit ahead of 5-minute pace as she starts things out with a high 36. Rainey Mayo and Sophia Park second and third. So yes, Liberty wants to pace this thing and wants to pack it, but it is single line formation, just like elementary school as they go through at 1:14. Right on pace through the first 2 laps. Rachel Hill won the 800 and the mile at the Burg Open last year, and she was named the Conference Freshman of the Week as a result of it. Now you can see with the Flames 2nd through 5th all packed together. Rachel Hill says it's my race to go out and get. And she looks comfortable here in the opening laps. Mayo right now just narrowly holding on to 2nd. Obviously, we talked about Rachel Hill having a PR south of 5 minutes. She's the only one in this field that has done so. This is her track debut as well. Hasn't raced since NCAA regionals. It was all the way back to November 14th. Right now, she is right with that pace line as well. And when you look at the intended use for those things on the inner rail, that is exactly what you want. Still on 5-minute pace. 2:29 through 800. Sophia Park just a few seconds behind. Sophia Park is another one of those Liberty Flames that has just always been right in the mix near the top. Obviously, the success that Liberty has seen from Allie Zealand up front has been sensational. Continuing to rewrite records as she did in high school. New Balance Nationals champ. Rachel Hill right now, very smooth sailing ahead of the pace lights and ultimately on an island as this race broke open quickly. Come around and have just 2 laps to go. Facility record here at Liberty 4:37. Program record for Lynchburg 4:55 was set by Natalie Deacon. Had a conversation before this race started. If you're a Lynchburg fan, of course, you know Natalie Deacon, now Natalie Beasley, is a coach on the women's soccer team. A lot of storylines to go around as Rachel Hill makes her final treks. You look at that stride, she really looks like she has energy left in the tank. Let's see if it can become a quicker sprint here in the final lap and a half. So difficult when you've run it coast to coast on your own, but Rachel Hill has no problem with that. 4:21, 39 seconds to spare. She's certainly going to break 5 minutes. The question is, can she break her PR? 4:58.60 is on the ropes here in the final lap. Sophia Park starting to speed things up in 2nd. How about starting the new year off with a personal best? It doesn't happen for everyone, but Rachel Hill has done everything right in this race. Well ahead of the pace lights and well ahead of that PR mark. 4:57:16 for Hill. Sophia Clark didn't run that one poorly. 5:01 PR. She comes in at 5:04. And there's a scrap for third. Anna Fletcher, 5:11, posted, and you just feel like when you see how that race unfolded, especially up front, there weren't a lot of questions asked that Rachel Hill was to get out and stay out. Started on the upper alley. Final athletes coming through. And Charlotte Bunting, as we talked about, maybe one to watch for Lynchburg. Olivia Mora went 5:29. On the women's side, Odak Rookie of the Year. There are going to be a lot of great races in Olivia Mora's future when you consider the way that Bridgewater has developed their talent as a collective. Of course, so many involved in that process. Denver Davis, Lance Martin. The entire list goes on over in Harrisonburg. As we expected, Rachel Hill goes under 5 minutes with a PR 4:57:16. If you're just tuning in here on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network, Flow College, welcome in to the Liberty Indoor Track Complex. Big thanks to everybody who has made this broadcast happen. The entire crew, Joe, Micah, and company. And it's been a fun week just getting to bring track and field back after what was a long break for winter break. Third consecutive year that Lynchburg has hosted this event. It's really a good rust buster to go out and get some quick times, face some local opponents that you might see in a month or two. Ready to go here in the second section. Sarah Hudgens of Ferrum with a 5:40 seed time. The freshman will be the favorite. Anna Wood of Bridgewater, Paige Heiserman of Bridgewater, Maya Young of Ferrum, Mia Vakura of Sweetbriar, Elena Sherline of Sweetbriar, Shiloh Thompson of Bridgewater. Old friend Zoe Scott running for Bridgewater. Started her collegiate career with Lynchburg. Battled a lot of injuries in that first semester. Now she's out there for the Eagles, ready to go. Always an exciting sight. We'll see what pace is established early in this race. Several freshmen in the mix, 6 to be exact. Right now, Hudgens, as we said, is out and running. Comfortable with a 42 second lap. Elena Sherline of Sweetbriar right there, so you can see those pods developing. Duo up front. Second and final section here, this women's mile before going to the men's side. Hudgens a 26:46 KPR at the Conference Carolinas Cross Country Championships. Of course, as we said earlier, Ferrum now in Division II. Formerly ODAC opponents on the Division III stage. See a lot of programs who go to Division II. Obviously, they have a lot of different programs, and as they bolster them, they might have a better chance of moving up a division. Football has been a big piece of Ferrum's puzzle. Also with a women's flag football team, which a few of the athletes here at this meet compete for. A lot of sprinters don't have the luxury of playing for the football team because there might not be a football team for a Division III school. Focusing on the event at hand, Hudgens still out in front, but now a few more have joined her. Bridgewater with a pair right behind. Paige Heiserman and Anna Wood joining the party. For Bridgewater, as we said, this is the indoor debut. Sometimes it can be a little tricky trying to get back to the indoor stage because obviously the air is going to be a lot drier than outside. You're running more laps. You see more injuries pop up during indoor season with so many turns for these distance athletes, particularly as you extend to the 3K and the 5K. A lot of those knee and joint issues can develop early. You don't want it to happen, but obviously after a season of cross country, that can be the case. Elena Sherline of Sweetbriar in the lead by a step or two. Hudgens committed early, but has fallen off that trio up front. Heiserman and Wood right there as well. Our schedule coming up here at the Burg Open, as we said, the men's mile will be on deck for a 12:20 start time. Then you got the men's 60-meter hurdle finals followed by the women. Of course, that's to keep those men's hurdle heights where they're at from the prelims. Then we transition to the 60-meter dash finals, and then we've got the rest of the events on the docket for a day that should be a little bit quicker than most track meets you see this time of the year. It's all expected to conclude by 4 o'clock. Lots of movement on that back straightaway. And again, just a little bit left inside the final 2.5. Still close, but for now, it's a strong lap from Paige Heiserman. Catapults into the lead and starting to speed up into the final 400. Heiserman came in with a 5:43 seat time. See what you can do here in the final lap. It does look like it's a little bit behind pace, but obviously you feel like that first race is about establishing where you're at out of winter break. And for distance athletes, that can be tough. Got to use racing to your advantage to speed things up throughout the season. As we said, it was for a long time Sarah Hudgens' race, then Elena Sherline took over, and now, no questions asked, it belonged to Paige Heiserman, but she has to fend off the storm for the final straightaway, and unable to do so. Into lane 2 comes Elena Sherline, timed it just perfectly on that final lap, and finishes at 5:56.47. Out of nowhere as Heiserman has to settle for second. Wood of Bridgewater finishes in third, just a few notches over 6 minutes. That is a war of attrition. Obviously got to wait till the nth hour and had no problem moving into the lead. Just a minute until we get ready with the men's race. As they get started, we'll introduce everybody to you. Let's have a look at the scoreboard. Stick with us here from Liberty. Welcome back from the Burg Open. Just about ready to resume the action. The men's mile now on the docket after 2 heats of the women's mile. 11 athletes expected to be in this first section, as we have 3 on deck. And Jack Cottrell of Liberty expected to be the top seed in this one. Obviously, it's always a Liberty and Lynchburg battle when you look at the distance side. 2 very formidable programs. Facility record here at Liberty, 356.79. Program record for Lynchburg is 402.58, set by Jason Hunt last year. He is back with the Hornets for this season after spending the cross-country season at North Carolina, the Division I landscape. So Cottrell, the top seed with a 4:13.20. He opened the season in Boston in early December, had an 8:05 3K PR, obviously off that fitness from the cross-country season. Ran the 3K and the 5K at the Indoor Conference Championships last year. So dipping down from that distance side, but so are several of the athletes in this one. Andrew Schultz, 4:18.1600, is right next to him from Rosemount, Minnesota, beg your pardon, ran at 4:18.1600 in high school. Off and running, you see Liberty using that top alley as well. Don't forget about the pace lights. And as we mentioned, Jason Hunt is actually in this race, pacing on that top side. Quinn Eliason from Formula Track Club. His brother Jack is a UVA graduate who was a former All-ACC selection. Quinn had a 4:18 mile last year. Tucker McGrath, also another name to watch from Garden State Track Club. Caden Ellis running unattached. Then the Lynchburg contingent, Matthew Kane, Jake Sisk, a transfer from Liberty, Foster Kirby, Jamison Mantooth, Ryan Warner, and Danny Rocky round out this first section that was set right around 33 for the first lap. Jack Cottrell in front as we anticipated. We'll see how long Jason Hunt will pace this one. They're through at 63, right at 4:12 pace. And as you expect for someone like Jack Cottrell is a 4:13 PR, there's no surprises in the first 2 laps. Cottrell's mother, Julie, ran cross country at Tennessee Tech. No pun intended, it runs in the family. And for a 5-time all-conference performer, you know that he has been around success for a very long time. 35 with 5 to go. You already see the emergence of the 3 packs. Several of the Hornets off in the back. You got to try and use each other at this stage of the race. And as we said, with fitness being a little bit of a question coming out of winter break, trying to figure out where you're at. Danny Rocky will lead that chase pack for the Hornets. Still on 4:12 pace. Jack Cottrell, Quinn Eliason, and Tucker McGrath, 1, 2, 3, all up front. If it's anything like those women's races, you might have to expect the final lap to be a deciding factor. Saw some results of that chase that really paid off. Cottrell looks smooth, and Jason Hunt will step off. Quinn Eliason is right there as well. We talked about some of these athletes that are just coming over from the high school scene, looking very comfortable. Eliason ran that 4:18 mile at the Darius Dixon Memorial Invitational last indoor season, and he might be right on pace to go under that as well. Cottrell a hair or 2 behind the pace lights. With 400 to go, though, he is in a very good spot. Sporting the glasses for the indoor climb. And you don't see that very often in the indoor track season. That's when you know confidence is on full display. McGrath has fallen off a few steps of Eliason, who's in second, starting to surge in that back straightaway. race has been impressive so far, but can they hold on for the final lap? Looking at a personal best. The bell rings, 3:41 shots on the clock, and now you gotta send everything in the arsenal for the final 200. This one has separated, and Danny Rocky has propelled himself into third for this race. A strong sprint as well from Jim Sisk, the transfer. I haven't had a chance to talk about him, but right now the race is Jack Cottrell's firmly into the lead and very close to a PR, 4:13.22. He missed it by 200ths of a second, but that's good indications to start this indoor season. Eliason goes 4:15, and Danny Rocky goes 4:19. So overall, you look at the way that these teams executed the game plan. Obviously, Lynchburg probably a little bit behind schedule when you look at how this one started out. But ultimately, I feel like everybody was in a spot where that final lap could be quick, and sure was. Cottrell's last lap of 31. And when you look at how some of these athletes came through, it was really an impressive sprint. After a quick start to the race, it's really that middle portion that was problematic. Moving into the second section, Raven Fernandez for Lynchburg, the high seed with a 4:25 seed time coming into this one. PR from February of 2024. He posted mile and 3K personal best at the same meet. This is his first race since the ODAC Championships on November 1st, as it is for several of the athletes in this race. Joshua Lawrence for Formula Track Club, which is based out of Charlottesville. A lot of high school athletes in the mix. He attends the Covenant School, ran a 4:38 mile last season. Noah Urchek running unattached. Shay Henson for Lynchburg. Gavin Deal for Bridgewater with Grayson Jacques. And those are two freshmen that, as we said, for the Eagles, can immediately make contributions. Fires twice as someone flinched before the gun had been fired, and looks like everybody was waiting to make sure their feet are behind the line. Joey John, Josh Woolard for Lynchburg with Nick Sirigliano. Rinth Hayes runs unattached. George Crowder running for Liberty Running Club. Looks like Josh Fretwell for Lynchburg in to do the pace work for this one in our second section. This time we're off and running cleanly. High seed in this race is 4:25. That is ultimately the mark to go for Raven Fernandez. Someone who, when he has confidence, is very dangerous for this Lynchburg distance team, and he has always been a distance giant. You look at the 5K and the 10K. But on the inside of your screen as well, Shay Henson, those long strides wearing hip number 4, someone else to watch. 32 seconds through the first lap, very similar to the first heat. Will actually be a little bit behind, closer to 33-34 range. Noah Urchek into the lead, running unattached. Ultimately, how can you use your teammates and the Pacers in a race like this? Urchek is well ahead of the Pacer, 106. Would have to imagine Josh Fretwell is pacing this thing for 4:25, with Urchek being just a second or so in front. So many interesting stories as you get into the second and third heats and the distance events. Obviously, a lot of athletes that don't necessarily pop out as your conference champions or the athletes that are in the talks sometimes in the NCAA qualifications, but you do feel like these are the teammates that help impact that success at the top. And so many coaches will talk about it. You know, it doesn't matter if you are 10th or 11th or even lower on that depth chart for the team, you are still just as important to the puzzle, and that's why so many of these programs have just perennially found success. They've got a lot of the support behind them. Looking closer to 4:30 pace. Everyone coming through around 2:30, and so ultimately, or rather 2:15. No one has gone with the Pacers so far. As Noah Urchek really struggled in that last lap. No one else going with Josh Fretwell, who was almost looking back and shrugging, saying, where is everybody? A lot of waiting, and all of a sudden into the lead, it's Grayson Jacques. Very weird string of events. Says, if no one else will take it, I certainly will. Urchek has still found his stride. Shea Henson is still in the ballpark to take this section. This is going to be a strong sprint to the finish with everybody just waiting. Jacques still firmly in a good spot. Two to go here inside the final 400. This is one of those heats where it could really test you as a coach. When you send your athletes, they're going to all have a lot of energy going into this final 300 meters. Jacques is still in a good spot, but Shea Henson has that ability to finish races with a lot of speed. We'll see if he has any chance with 1 to go. The bell rings, 4 on the clock. Grayson Jacques, who has really entered the picture. Oh, but Henson has speed in the final 100. This is going to be popcorn material as Henson speeds up. Who wants it down the final straightaway? Jacques has a look to his right. Henson made it competitive. He just couldn't get there in time. And it's a victory for Grayson Jacques. That will build some confidence after coming into this race as not even one of the top 3 or 4 seeds. He was the 7th to enter this one, and Shea Henson had to clean up down that final straightaway. Jacques, as a freshman, finished 46th at the ODAC Championships in the cross-country season, a 28:08 8K on his home turf at Bridgewater. Shea Henson finished with a 30.8 final lap, but it wasn't enough to play catch-up. Both Jacques and Henson finished with 4:32 on the clock. Noah Urchek 4:37, who led that one early. Final section here in the men's mile at the Burg Open. Wyatt Zeeland runs unattached. Obviously, the Zeeland family talk about the success they've had. Allie Zeeland, who's been just continuing to show her dominance, goes back to the cross-country season. Didn't really know what to expect out of her at the NCAA championships, and it ends up being an All-American. Armando Nahara for Lynchburg, hip number 2. Sean Clements runs unattached with Henry Mast for the Pacers. Quinn O'Neill and Tyler Smith for Burger Track Club. Richard Mast runs unattached. Damani Vinny Epps for Ferrum. Ethan Fitzgerald for Ferrum as well. Jacob Johnson, Aiden Bartulis, and Edward Karoma, all for Randall. If you're sticking with us on Flow College and the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network, Big thanks to you on this Friday afternoon, a one-day event. Off and running in the final section. That last race featured a little bit of inconsistent pacing. Josh Fretwell, the pacer, went out. Nobody went with him. Led to a quick sprint in the final lap or two. We've seen a lot of familiarity in these events. A lot of the athletes that had success last year have been right there again. Notably Rachel Hill, who won the women's mile, sets a new PR with a 4:57 performance. Edward Karoma for Randolph was right there. Monty Vinny Epps and Wyatt Zeeland. Top three in the mix, and Zeeland always looks comfortable. In a good spot. They're right around 110, 440 pace through the first two laps. And Vinny Epps has moved his way to the front for Farrell. Two Liberty veterans getting it done to win the mile. But go back to last year, and it was really a story for the newcomers. Freshmen won 10 of the 15 individual events. And so when you look at just how it happens, I believe that was the mid-side. So many rookies start to emerge, you know, your rookie of the year candidates, everyone who expects to be in the picture come February and March. Confidence starts in a meet like this. You don't have a lot of schools. It's not your Boston where you're packed and struggling to even walk around the concourse or around the outside of the track. You know, you have that space, the opportunity to really perfect your routine before you get on the big stage. 2:24, 800. Go back a year before, and the Burg Open's debut. And it was really a year for the 3K. We've talked about the distance athletes. Milers always have a big spot. Well, Lynchburg had 13 athletes that day earn a personal best in just one event. It was one to watch, and it will be one that will certainly be fun and entertaining later today. Zeeland, or rather Henry Mass, out in front. See on your screen, going to be a tight finish as they make their way around the turn. Sometimes it's always about timing, when to pass everybody. Don't want to do it and make extra steps. The wrong part of the race. Zeeland still on the inner rail. Vinny Epps going to go outside and try to get there with just a few laps to go. Time is not a luxury at this stage of the race. Got to know when to send it, and Vinny Epps not waiting for the final lap. He's going to have 300 meters to hold on. Did he go too early? Still anybody's race with a lap to go, but a little bit of separation. And O'Neill has moved in front, and he has quickly put a gap between him and the chase pack. Will anybody go with him? Zeeland a few quick steps. Vinny Epps trying to hold on the back straightaway. This might be a little too much to play catch up, as we saw with Shea Henson in that second section. Quinn O'Neill for Burger Track Club cruising, and it will be a strong result, 4:43, as the field negative splits. 224, 225 to get this race started. 443 for Emil. Zeeland goes 444. Vinny Epps 445. Henry Mass just off the podium at 447 for this final section. Men's mile has concluded, and at 12:50 we'll have our men's 60-meter hurdle finals, followed by the women. Of course, that is going to be a very intriguing event. We know on the hurdle side, few athletes compared to the 60-meter dash that had several. And it is going to be an exciting and entertaining final. Stick with us on LHSN and Flow College from Liberty. It's time for the men's 60-meter hurdle finals, and an exciting one. After those prelims, we understood that there were a lot of quick times in the picture, but obviously Lynchburg has a golden opportunity to post some quick times ahead of the postseason, and there are still several weeks until you start even talking about the conference championships. But times at this part of the year only set a benchmark for the next few weeks. You want to make sure everybody is confident heading into that important slate. Getting set for the finals, and when you understand the 8 on your screen, you know that it is truly anybody's game. Jaden Brown from Bridgewater in 1, Ardarian Diamond for Lynchburg in 2, Drake Murphy of DC International in 3, Chisholm Anukwaga of DC International in 4. 8:39 was that time to start things out very quick, and immediately from that drive phase, getting out of the blocks just looked comfortable. Micah Leach of Lynchburg in 5, and Tavion Steele of Lynchburg in 6. The freshman Caleb Gabrahamino of Ferrum in 7, and Jake Nicholson of Liberty in 8. This one promises to be quick. Micah Leach, as we said, the ODAC champion last year in the 60-meter hurdles, entered as a 2 seed, ran a PR. Also started the year at the Liberty kickoff with a strong heptathlon performance, improved his standing as the second best in program history. He has his hands full as Anukwaga from DC International at 4, going to be the favorite after prelims. He looks strong. We'll see what he has left to offer. Breath, and they're away. Middle of the track. It's a 3-man race as Leach is out of it. Anukwaga is off, and just by a hair, I think he got it. DC International representation at 3 and 4 as Micah Leach is out of the race. 8:30. As Murphy goes 8:34. And Tavion Steele cracked the top 3 as well with an 8:48 performance. It has to be frustrating for Micah Leach, who was right there, had a lot of company. You saw how tight that race was in the middle of the track. Strong striding to get to the front for Chisholm Anukwaga, who comes away with the victory in 8:30 fashion. As we said, Micah Leach with an 8:33 PR would have been right there. And 60-meter hurdle final. And if every race is as tight as that one was, we're going to have an exciting trio of races coming up. Women's 60-meter hurdle final, followed by the 60-meter dash on either side. Everyone will readjust the heights. Keep our eyes peeled, and it looks like several of the hurdle crew members are actually taking the hurdles off the track. So we mentioned earlier that only 8 showed up for the women's race. Guess is going to be that will end up being the final. So adjusting the game plan as we go. There were 11 athletes slated to run. Ended up only being 8. So our next event, if that holds true, will be that 60-meter dash final. Would be the men and then the women. Men slated for 110, women at 115, and already close to halfway through this meet. So that is how they will end up doing. And obviously no team scoring or anything in a meet like this. But if we go back to the women's 60 hurdle final, or at least as now it's scored the final, Tasha Bryant, the senior from Liberty, ran 9:17. Let's move to the front. Maddie Watson had a stellar day, 9:69 for second, and Paige Greenhagel for Liberty in third. So we'll get set for the 60-meter dash. We'll take a few minutes before we bring it to you, but we can introduce you to the finalists for that men's 60-meter dash. We did talk about it earlier in the day, and this is going to be a race that certainly feels like his first few steps are so crucial, as Jamal Jones had a fantastic prelim, a PR 681 performance. He and Tristan Wright have been neck and neck for the last year in all their competitions. Jamal Jones got the first step today as Tristan Wright will try to respond. Sincere Tan was also right there at 694. Paul Ajayi, Xavier Moss, Pharrell Crystalin, Travis Henderson, and Matthew Mitchell all complete that final. And interesting enough, as we said, 7 unattached athletes out of the 8 in that heat. So it is going to be intriguing to see who moves to the front to start that one. We'll take a break and we'll be back with it on the other side. So keep our eyes peeled here in the Liberty Indoor Track Complex. just moments away from what should be an entertaining and enthralling 60-meter dash final, because this men's heat is loaded. Jamal Jones went 681 in the prelims from Ferrum. He and Tristan Wright, who have had a very commanding effort here throughout the last year in the 60-meter dash, getting to the NCAA championships in the outdoor season. They're going neck and neck in lanes 4 and 5 here in this final as we get set. There was no 60-meter hurdles final for the women, as there were only 8 athletes who showed up to the starting line for prelims. And so when you go in the rule book, you are only allowed to have 1 race. And we talked about it in the break. Got a chance to talk with Paul Carmody, who is fantastic here at Liberty in the sports information realm, has really studied for track for a long time. And we said, you know what, if there's someone who false started and there were 9 athletes at the starting line, then I guess you could run a final. You could have a second race. So it's a little strategic, but obviously all the coaches were happy with just 1 race. That is how it goes down as the 8 made their way across the line. Patasha Bryan for Liberty comes away with the victory. We are just moments away from liftoff in this men's 60-meter dash, and Jamal Jones, as we said, will be the favorite. Interesting enough, Tristan Wright, the man to his side, was the top seed coming into it, and then it's the inverse for the 200-meter dash. Jamal Jones is the favorite in that one, so a chance to walk away with 2 victories on the day, as he looked very strong and certainly in shape in that preliminary round. For the men's dash, Jamal Jones finished 14th at the NCAA D3 championships in the 100 and 200 last outdoor season, so a second-team All-American. Also played football at Ferrum to begin his career, and so just an all-around athlete. He has proven it time and time again. He will be in lane 4 for Ferrum. And then Tristan Wright, as we said, the former Lynchburg Hornet, running unattached. First-team All-American at the 2025 Indoor Championships in the 60 with a 674 personal best. It is very tough for freshmen to even get to that round, but to continue and to be the top freshman in the nation, that is certainly special. He has proven it time and time again. We will see what those 2 have in store for this final race. Travis Henderson runs unattached in 1. Xavier Moss in 2. Sincere Tan in 3. Jamal Jones from Ferrum in 4. Tristan Wright in 5. Paul Ajayi in 6. Pharrell Crystalline running unattached in 7. Matthew Mitchell rounds out the 8. And 7 unattached athletes ready to make the 60-meter trip. It was an encouraging prelim. Now it is time for business. Who has the quickest steps in round 2? This is the one that matters. Jamal Jones, the fast seed, in 4. Tristan Wright by his side in 5. One of those races you feel like early in the season could be the spark plug for something special. Don't blink. Oh, and there was a little bit of movement. Couldn't tell who. This one will have to start again. It looked like it was just narrow enough to spark a second gunfire. That was close. It's always that flinching here in a sprint event like this. Tension rising, and it looks like it's just going to be a yellow. It was Paul Ajayi in 6. As we said, that is such a close one too. This is that part of the race, the nerves and the tension all building by the second. You got to do it again. We'll see if this one is a cleaner liftoff, but ready to go. All 8 in their blocks for the men's 60-meter final. this time we're good to go. It is very even, but Jamal Jones a few steps in front and a commanding finish. What a day, another personal best, 679 for Jamal Jones. Goes back to back. Tristan Wright with a 690 performance. The start was even. Felt like it was anybody's game. And Jamal Jones, who has been such an impressive man to watch under Coach Andre Kidd at Ferrum, continues to elevate when the moment is the biggest. Started the day with a PR that was certainly north of 680, it was 688. Took a lot off in that prelim to go 681. Now post 679 as we move to the women's side. An impressive showing, and Tristan Wright with a 690, Xavier Moss 696. Nothing to hang their hats about. Not a bad race for this part of the season. Jamal Jones just a little bit quicker. Time for the women's final. And as we just said, I mean, we expected a tight race. That certainly delivered on the men's side. Same can be said for the other. A lot of Hill City representation and a lot of Old Dominion Athletic Conference representation. Renya Russell for Randolph in 1. Brown and Taylor, the freshman, with an 8:14 preliminary, had a really good round. She's in 2. Riley Turner for Lynchburg in 3, beside the ODAC champ, Jade Buckles. Dual sport athlete, field hockey and track and field. She is very good at both, as she was one of the top scorers for that field hockey team. We will have a lot of time to talk about her throughout the season. The accolades she has stacked up, as she doubled as the champion last year. Annie Whited, the high schooler, Greenbrier East, is running unattached in 5. Former junior Olympian. A lot of range as well. Camille Vaughn of Ferrum in 6. Jessica Taylor for Randolph in 7. Ariana, beg your pardon, Jones for Bridgewater in 8. Jade Buckles certainly had separation in that prelim. We'll see if it's enough to bring it home here in the 60-meter final. Good start from Riley Turner as well for Lynchburg. Buckles a few steps ahead, starting to soar, and she is easily through the line. She makes it look so smooth, 780. Whited is 784, Riley Turner 795. This consistent, 100th of a second different from that prelim. Jade Buckles a 776 PR. And once again, it feels like everybody has pretty much performed as advertised in the 60-meter. It is going to be an exciting event in the conference championships. You know, there are so many different athletes that can wrinkle the picture. A lot of confidence on display as we are through with the finals for our sprint events. Everything else just one time through. That will be it. We'll get started with the women's 400 in about 4 minutes. 2 trips around the oval, and we are excited that you're tuning in here on LHSN and Flow College. Still waiting for the track to be banked here at Liberty as we get set for the 400-meter dash. Obviously had all of our finals in the straight sprint events, and that means that they need somewhere to run off to. And obviously the track here at Liberty, as you go beyond the bank, you have a little bit of time to decelerate after those races. So banking it again, it looks like we're just about squared away to get this women's 400-meter dash underway. But a lot of names that we've heard throughout the day, and in an event like this, the fast seeds throughout this event are all spread out. It's not just one heat, so it's going to come down to chasing the times. And in this first section, it's going to be exciting to see Annie Whited again. We saw her in the 60-meter dash. She has always said that the 400 is one of those events that is her best. We'll see if that holds true today, and obviously that's a high standard because she has been on the national stage time and time again. So much to chase in a race like this. Amanda Costa will be racing, and he won for Sweetbriar in lane 2. Shania Owens of Randolph in 3, Casey Showers of Bridgewater in 4, Annie Whited running unattached in 5, and then Caitlin Ruiz for Lynchburg in 6 is going to be another one of those newcomers for the Hornets who makes an immediate impact. You go back to the last couple of years in the ODAC. She is an ODAC champion for the 400. And that goes back to 2024 with Shenandoah. Transferred before this offseason, has had this time to go and prepare with Lynchburg. And so we're going to see how close she can get to that PR. It's a 57.54 mark, and started the year with the 1:17.500. That was here at the Liberty kickoff for Lynchburg's debut. She'll be at the top of the track, but as we said, Annie Whited going to be right there as well. Placed 11th in the women's 100 at Adidas Nationals, 15th in the 200. So obviously the sprint events are going to be the ones that you pay attention to. A lot of versatility for so many of these unattached athletes too. You see them enter a lot of events, and it might be different if a team enters an athlete in 3 events because you think about budgets and how you try and pay for those events. Well, sometimes if you're a team entering, then that cost is taken care of. You can enter people in as many events as you want. When you're unattached and you're on your own, that's a little bit different, and going to make sure you're not wasting any money. And every event matters, obviously, in a race like this and a landscape like this where there's a lot of competition. It is going to be a fun one to keep our eyes on. So top of the track will be where you're keeping your eyes on for this particular heat. Whited with a 57.33 seed. Almost certainly going to be the favorite. The women's 400 at the ODAC Championships could very well be the event of the day. There's so much competition between those top runners, not just in the ODAC, but across the state. Jessica Taylor, Summer Wallace, of course, Caitlin Ruiz, and this one. We're going to get our first indications of what to expect later in the season as they're down in their blocks, ready to go after the break. Whited in 5, Ruiz in 6. Off and running. Obviously their strategy in the 400, but it all comes down to running fast. Can't wait for too long. 2 trips around the oval. And Whited already a few quick steps. We'll see if she makes up the stagger on Ruiz as they go around for the second curve. Top seeds will be on the outside of the track in our 3 sections, and Ruiz has made up the ground. She's in front, 27-28, shining on the clock as she gets to the rail first. Whited, of course, had that 60-meter dash right before. Ruiz is fresh for this event and trying to steam on home. Just 100 meters to go for the former ODAC champ. Starting to put a little bit of distance between her and Whited, and now it's all straightaway ahead. This is going to be a strong performance, and she will just barely clip under 60 seconds. 101.54 for Wyndon Showers, goes 106.99 for Bridgewater. And the way that Ruiz ran that one was very strong. You think about getting to the rail before Wyndon could after that first lap. That's exactly the type of energy you want to see. So the time to beat 59.99. Ruiz, obviously, you think about that ODAC championship, that PR. It's from a little bit of time ago, so trying to get back to it. But when you've been out of racing for that long and you can get those victories, that's what you want to see. And a good start to the indoor campaign with the 1K back in December. And the same for this 400 as we get set for the second section. Emily Spalding of Bluefield at 2, Madison Somerville of Randolph at 3, Destiny Joseph of Bridgewater at 4, Jessica Taylor at 5. From down the road in Randolph, she has always been very formidable in the 400. 57.80 PR, the Amherst High School graduate. By the way, the first person to qualify for cross-country states at Amherst in a 20-year span when she was there. Has just continued to show what she's been capable of. She and Jasmine Patterson from Hollins, the top 2 seeds in the 400 last year, or top 2 finishers, are returning for this season. So the theatrics continue. We'll see what she has in store after posting 5 school records throughout the outdoor season. Lane 6 is Summer Wallace, aforementioned from Bridgewater, one of her closest competitors. 6 top 10 finishes at the ODAC Outdoor Championships at EMU. And she didn't even run the 400, so that would be a guaranteed 7th. Really feels like this is going to be a good indication of where they stand. 59.99, the time to beat from Ruiz. Really feels like a duel early in the season. The debut for so many athletes in the indoor slate. Jessica Taylor wastes no time making up the stagger. It's going to be interesting to see the second lap. We know she has a very strong sprint background, but so does Summer Wallace. It's going to be a scrap getting to the rail. Wallace, a few quick steps, and elongates that stride to get there. 28 was shining on the clock as they have 200 meters left. Wallace second in the high jump last year at the Burg Open. The versatility is on full display. She can bring it to the 400 oval as well. But Jessica Taylor showing off the arsenal here in this final 100 meters. Waited until the perfect time to strike, and she will come through around 59. 59.29 now propels Taylor into first. We've seen a few of these times in the 400 that are a little more off of the PR than the 60 or the 200, but that's to be expected in an event like that. It takes a little bit of time to keep developing and getting ready for the rest of the season. Taylor moves into first. And now we have one more section to decide it. Yvette White for DC International in 3. Samaria Little of Lynchburg in 4. Madeline Boyce of Lynchburg in 5. And Adele Schlotterback of Liberty in 6. What a story for Madeline Boyce to return to the track. Also a women's soccer athlete at Lynchburg. It's been a long time coming. Hasn't raced since February of 2024. Suffered an injury that would keep her out all of last track season. But she's a 3-time ODAC champ with the relay teams. That's all from that freshman season. She is fantastic at distances like this, evidenced by the fact that she was the 500-meter state title holder back at South Carroll High School. Schlotterback right by her side. Going to be tough competition from Liberty at the top of the track. Also don't want to rule out Yvette White from DC International. Will be on the far inside in lane 3. 59-29 from Jessica Taylor is the time to beat here in our final section of the 400. Madeline Boyce back to the track, and Lynchburg threads. We'll see what time she can post. Schlotterbeck, a strong start on the top. As you've seen in these first two heats, it's so important to get out, trying to be on the inside rail after the break, and right now, really anybody's game. White, even on the inside, might get there first. Schlotterbeck all the way outside is going to get there first. Now a sprint to the finish. High 28s as they come through with 200 left. And Schlotterbeck is out in front. Madeline Boyce perhaps gearing up for the move on the outside. Not a lot of time left. 59-29, as we said. Jessica Taylor in the driver's seat to take this 400. Schlotterbeck a race against the clock. Boyce has moved into second. It'll be over 60, and Schlotterbeck comes through in 101.05. Boyce goes 101.96, 103.23 for Yvette White. Overall, you think about so many of these athletes making their debuts, their returns. Caitlin Ruiz and Madeline Boyce will be fun to watch come the postseason. Said it before the event, the 400 feels like it could be must-see. Just a deeper portfolio every year, but Jessica Taylor did enough to clinch the victory here on this Friday afternoon as we get set for the men's races. A little bit of a deeper heat, you could say, or we should say more heats in this one. There's 5 of them for the men's races, and as you see, a lot of the athletes lining up in lanes 3 through 6. Obviously, that's to try and prevent injuries. Don't want to have any of the athletes clipping the rail on the inside, trying to make that turn. We've talked about it at length, the fact that injuries often spark up in the indoor season when you're making more turns and not used to necessarily running on that surface. Exciting first heat. It'll feature Christian Humes, 48.96 for Randolph in 5. And when you look at the ODAC right now, obviously there's a lot of talent to go around. He's going to be one of those that is right up there for a chance to podium. Rosie Goolsby of DC International in 3. Blake Henson of Lynchburg in 4. Humes in 5 for Randolph, and Jordan Smith running unattached for Ferrum in 6. Just a 100th of a second separates first and second here in the 400. Smith is not in his blocks, so right now it's Christian Humes, the man to watch. 48.96 PR, part of a 4x4 relay team that broke the ODAC meet record. Expect him to fly in lane 5. He was 14th at the ODAC Indoor Championships, moved all the way into 4th by the outdoor season, and that is a very big sign for optimism for Humes on the outside. He's going to have company, though, as Goolsby is also right there in the mix. Looked like for a second, had a little bit of an extra surge. Instead, Humes now has a comfortable lead. Blake Henson often using that final 100 meters to his advantage. We'll see if he has enough. Randolph has turned into 400U in the last few years. They have really started to dominate this event. Christian Humes just the next part of the package as he's going to hold this one coast to coast. Who takes over 51, perhaps into the 52s. 52.09 for Christian Humes. Henson goes 52.61. And Goolsby, as we await the time on the clock, a little bit over. Sometimes you see those times that don't register when they go across the finish line. You gotta wait and look at it manually. Blue Ridge Timing has done a fantastic job of all the live results here in the Hill City. .55:47 the time for Goolsby on that one as we get set for the second section. Facility record here at Liberty is 46:15. Program record for Lynchburg 47:86. That was set by Tom Sippy. It's been historically one of the names you will always remember. Lynchburg, a program with culture of national champions. You've had athletes who have always been right there, and had a great chat with the new director of track and field and cross country, Mario Wilson. We'll have to talk about him after these 400s. We'll have a lot of time to do so because obviously it has been a state of transition for this Lynchburg team. There have been a lot of changes in the offseason. Sam Laneza, new distance coach after racing last May at the NCAA championships. Definitely as we get into the outdoor season back at the University of Lynchburg, we'll have to try and pick Coach Mario's brain, Coach Laneza, what they have done to just continue this culture, to instill their own handprint on it. And it's been pretty special here in the first few months of the academic year, first month of 2026. And obviously first indoor meet of a long slate. Christopher Wills of Randolph, Josiah Gallegos of Ferrum, Elijah Klein running unattached, and Gabe Wiley of Bridgewater. Second shot in the air, false start. Always frustrating for the athletes that get out. They feel comfortable after those first few strides, called back to do it again. There will be a long walk back as that was a late call. We'll wait and see. Green card in the air. It was on lane 3, Christopher Wills, the freshman, a 52:50 seed time. Elijah Klein, 49:20 PR. Liberty Christian Academy, the class of 2027 in his junior year. He's run 34:63 in the 300. This indoor season, a little bit more of a measuring stick. Klein running unattached, and then Gabe Wiley, 50:73 for 7th in the ODAC last indoor season. Just narrowly missed the 52nd mark at the ODAC Outdoor Championships. Klein from LCA and 5 running unattached. Wiley for Bridgewater and 6. This time they're good to go. And Elijah Klein already showing that speed in 5. Didn't waste any time making up the stagger and then some. Throwing his fastball in the first lap. We'll see if he can hold on as he has gotten to a really good spot for the break. Bell rings. He's at 22 seconds. Just flying to start this one. 49:20 is the seed time. We'll see what he has here at the final 150 meters. Just needs enough to hold on as Gabe Wiley tries to make it up. What could be really impressive, obviously slowing down a little bit. Now he has to go for the final straightaway, and he's going to be right around the 50-second mark. Wiley goes over. 50:79 for Klein, 52:75 for Wiley, 54:78 for Wills, and feels like a frustrating race for Klein, who was right there, 22 seconds and change for that first lap. Obviously, it comes down to strategy. You know, a lot of athletes like to get out early. Felt like he had a chance to really put together something special. the next section. Noah Duffy for Lynchburg in 3. Nathan Settle running unattached in 4. Parker Marshall, who's been one of the bright spots for Lynchburg's newcomers in 5. Walker Nicely for Bridgewater in 6, but that lane looks vacant, so 3-man show in the third heat. Gives us a chance to talk about Parker Marshall, 50-20 PR, 107.40 in the 500 to begin the indoor season at the Liberty kickoff. He has looked very confident in the early days as a Hornet. Also ran the 4x400 relay at Shenandoah right before winter break. For a lot of Lynchburg sprinters, that was the game plan. They ran here on Friday, had that opportunity to go out and compete as well as some of the multi-athletes on Thursday, and then the action started at Shenandoah on that Sunday. So a busy weekend, and then you had winter break. All part of the blueprint. Time to rock and roll here in the third heat. Strong starts on the top. Obviously, it's going to come down to Nathan Settle and Parker Marshall on that stagger. Noah Duffy, also someone who likes to get out quick. Seat time a few seconds under the other two in the heat, but that might give you confidence to get to a PR. Parker Marshall, as we expected, is out and rolling. A lot of confidence as he hits that back straightaway. Duffy has a chance to move into second. A lot of support on the inside from the Lynchburg crew as they try to will their Hornets to 1-2 finishes. Parker Marshall will have no problem as he heads down the final straightaway around 51 seconds. 51.33 for Marshall, 53.79 for Duffy, 55.29 for Settle. Two more heats to go. Aiden Denning runs unattached in 3. Benjamin Bublitz for Randolph in 4. Lincoln Showers runs unattached in 5, and Amir Jackson for Randolph in 6. Pair of freshmen in this one on the inside and outside. We've had a lot of field events going on throughout the day. Obviously, we'll have to go and get some of those results to you a little bit later on. Problem is, in a meet like this, it's been pretty quick and pretty efficient here at the Burg Open. Always a good problem to have when everything is rolling along quickly. Expected to end right around 4 o'clock with the running events. Exciting to see so many athletes return, get this track and field slate started. It does truly feel like this is the first day of indoor. Obviously, you got those meets before winter break, chances to capitalize on fitness from that first semester, but there's nothing quite like getting back to campus and knowing this is time to start the grind again. All 4 in their blocks, ready to go. So far, looks like in lane 5, Lincoln Showers is in a really good spot to get to the rail. Gonna have to fend off Amir Jackson, who does so for Randolph. 23 seconds with a lap to go. Smooth striding, you've started to see some of that separation that develops so quickly in the 400. Not a lot of time wasted as Jackson has made his move. He's stayed there for the final lap. Will cruise to about 51 seconds. 50.99 for Jackson, 51.64 for Showers. Denning finishes at 55.90 as we head to one more heat for the men's 400. Really one of the busiest events of the day. After the 4, we have the 800, the 200, and the 3K, and then our relays to conclude the day. Normally there's just one. It would be the 4x4. That's our last event, but there will be a section for the men's distance medley relay. A little bit of a workout for Lynchburg to get the opportunity to get out there and add some extra mileage. Obviously, you got the 3Ks, you got the miles. We'll have a chance to talk about that as more of a training effort in our final few hours of the day. Drake Murphy for DC International in 3. Paul Ajayi for DC International in 4. Both without a mark, so chance you might see something quick from them. Weldon Moffitt from Bluefield in 5. Bryce Penn for Ferrum in 6. Wayne starts. This will be interesting. We haven't seen all the official results come through. Still awaiting what will be a very interesting scenario if one of the athletes in this section is able to tie it up or maybe have the quickest time of the day. And it looks like there's an opportunity for that mid-22s as Paul Ajayi comes through. 23.17 on that first lap and a lot of separation. There's a battle for second between Murphy and Moffitt. 100 left. All signs point to Paul Ajayi going for this one. A lot of instructions shouted from outside of the track. This is when you gotta make those moves, and it's just north of 50 seconds for Paul Ajayi. 50.36. Moffitt goes 50.98, Murphy 51.77. Strong showings all around here in the 400. We'll have to wait for our official results. We'll try to keep you updated as to who came away with the victory. As we said, a lot of those top times situated in different heats. It's Elijah Klein who ran unattached, 50.79. A junior from Liberty Christian Academy. Hasn't even made the collegiate landscape yet. Already showing us that he has a lot of room to grow, and he's in a really good spot. As we head to the 800. Carter Torrance for Formula Track Club, mentioned there out of Charlottesville. She has a 2:08.23 PR. Will often look to go out hot in a race like this. She did so when she won the 800-meter title in the championship division at the Adidas Nationals meet. That was during the indoor season, ran 2:09.67. Senior out of Western Albemarle, just a school that has so much distance history. Always ready to go at the national stage or even right down the street like this one here at Liberty. Torrance is hip number 1. Rachel Hill is hip number 2. Got the win in the mile earlier. Also won the 800 mile last year at the Burg Open. That PR of 2:13.08 is from the Hill City Twilight last outdoor season. Hannah Edwards back for Lynchburg after making the NCAA championships in the outdoor season. 2:13.07 is the program indoor record set by Haley Smith. Gotta expect Hannah Edwards to be very close to getting to that point. Graceland Laudermilch also in this one for Liberty as they get off and running. Sophia Mast of Liberty, Rainey Mayo of Liberty, Kara Curry running unattached, Olivia Mora of Bridgewater, and Sophia Park of Liberty. Torrance immediately showing that dominance up in the upper alley. Top 3 seeds occupy the top 3 spots, and Torrance is through about 29 seconds. Mentioned she will go out hot and use that momentum on the second portion of the race. 4 laps in the indoor oval for the 800. Hannah Edwards has also used a very similar tactic. She did so last season when she was trying to qualify for the NCAA championships. She was down to her final race and extended her season at a final qualifier at Widener, and that's where that 2:10 result came from, which was just astonishing. Torrance right where she wants to be, bread and butter at 62 seconds. Hill in the second, Hannah Edwards right there as well. Obviously coming back from winter break can be tricky. Hannah Edwards had a trip that was very late in returning to campus, and then you're immediately thrust into going into race mode can be so tricky. As Carter Torrance has made her arrival and made her statement in the early going of this 800. 1:36 on the clock. Facility record here is 2:03.73. Obviously, pacing behind that, when you think about some of these athletes who have really shown how impressive they can be. Torrance just trying to hold on here in this final 200. 2:08 is the PR. Looks like she could be in a really good spot to go and clinch it. Final straightaway, and a little bit slower than that first lap as we anticipated, looking around that 2:11 range. A very impressive race. Rachel Hill steams into second. Now a race, anybody's game for third. Sophia Mast might have gotten there. 2:11.57 for Torrance, 2:16.75 for Hill, and Mast 2:21. Ultimately, there are a lot of talents around the ODAC, and here at Liberty you see the depth on display, but anytime you get an unattached athlete, one of the high schoolers as we saw with Elijah Klein in the 400, it is impressive to see, and Carter Torrance just showing another example of an out-of-town talent, Western Albemarle product. Time for the second section. Savannah Wood for Formula Track Club. Fastest seed time of 2:28 even. Riley Fraser of Randolph was hip number 3. Anna Wood for Bridgewater. Paige Heiserman for Bridgewater. Saw them in the mile earlier. Mia Vakura of Sweetbriar. Amanda Costa of Sweetbriar. And Elena Sherline of Sweetbriar. Round out the second section. Five entries for this final heat. Obviously, as we said, we'll have so much to cover later as we go through field events. Also talking about this Lynchburg coaching staff. Going to see a large number of participants in the next few events for this Lynchburg distance crew. Saw Hannah Edwards and the women's 800. It will feel like a scrimmage when we get to the 3,000. Just a little bit with the number of entries that Lynchburg has, and being right down the street right after break. Golden opportunity to see where people are at. And coaching staffs love to see the measuring sticks. Savannah Wood in front. Started it out with a lap just north of 35. Blue Ridge Timing has all your updates, the schedule, the events, the live results, and always very gracious for the entire crew and their work. A lot of separation in the early portion of this race. $800's coming up, as we said. Don't forget about the 200 and the 3K. 200, always interesting to see who comes out after the 60s. You never know if you're going to make finals early in the day, so sometimes it's decisions to stay or go. But you do feel like for a lot of the athletes who have had successful starts to the day that they'll be back. Jamal Jones was one that we've noted as maybe one of the strongest athletes in terms of progression today. Made it all the way down to 679 in the 60-meter dash. Started the day with a 688. Gets a PR to begin the season. Here comes Savannah Wood, who has led this thing coast to coast. No issues as she rolls through in 234. 236, 237 for Lena Sherline. Fraser 239.61. Heading on to the men's 800s momentarily. Still just two sections. A lot of Liberty athletes in this first heat. It's going to be a quick one. Jacob Tarkington, top seed, 150 even. Whereas where he has entered a 152.37 PR. Also played football in high school. You don't see that many times for a distance athlete. Raced to 4 Georgia private school state titles, from the 400 to the 1600. So you understand why there's a little bit of that power. He's been a strong force and opened the season with a 227 1K at the Liberty kickoff. So he's in a good spot. Facility record here at Liberty 146.59. The program record for Lynchburg set by Tor Hotong Davidson is 149.14. Brendan Pitcher of Liberty also right there with a 152.37 mark during his freshman indoor season. He shocked the conference with a 150.94 performance to set a freshman record at Liberty and win the A-Sun title. You don't see many surprises in track and field or many upsets. That was a big one for where the circumstances were at. Don't forget Dale Hall in his sophomore year for Liberty, 152.38 mark. Had a big-time freshman year. A lot of high expectations from Coach Isaac Wendland, the entire crew. Calvin Holman runs unattached. Quinn Eliason for Formula Track Club. Caden Ellis runs unattached. Renth Hayes runs unattached with Lincoln Sama representing RU Track Club. Chandler Chapman rounds it out running unattached. Holman actually wearing the Garden State track and field singlet, the bright yellow. As we said, he was running unattached, and immediately you can kind of tell that everybody is the same expectation to be right there at a similar pace. No pace lights for this one. So it's coming down to the trio of flames up front. Tarkington had a 27.43 first lap, and Dale Hall has propelled himself into the lead. 55 split through the first 400. Right on 150 pace. And we'll see if they can even split this one maybe lose a second or two. We saw that 152 mark as being a big benchmark for a lot of these Flames who are right there. Dale Hall, 122 on the clock, 1 lap to go, so looking like he's going to have to really roll if he wants to get close. Flames have to go Hall, Tarkington, and Pitcher, top 3. Now moving around, Jacob Tarkington sending it all forward. Headband in the air, 150 on the clock. That was impressive. The close in that final lap, 27:11. 3 seconds quicker than anybody else in his final one around the oval. Dale Hall finishes in 153.16. Brendan Pitcher in third with 156.71. Tarkington had a lap to remember. Really was just situated in the middle of that Liberty pack, didn't really think too much, and all of a sudden shot out of a cannon. That will receive a lot of praise from the Liberty coaches as we get set for the second section. Grayson Jaquez, who had the win as seed number 7 in that mile for one of the heats. He is wearing hip number 1 for this one. Gavin Deal from Bridgewater in this race, as well as Mason Riggle. Warm welcome to him, the brother of Aiden Riggle on Lynchburg's distance team. He'll run unattached. Joshua Lawrence for Formula Track Club with Henry Mast for the Pacers. Andrew Mast and Richard Mast also in this race. Alexander Jimenez Harding runs unattached with Wyatt Zeeland running unattached as well. Joseph Rowell runs unattached, and Ben Baker represents Bridgewater. No mark. We're off and running. Big pack on the inside, a few spread out on that upper alley, and we've seen that theme throughout the day. Sometimes when you look at who is in that upper alley, it can be a random assignment or it can end up being your top seeds. Looks like for this one, it was 3-5-7 at the top as Mason Riggle takes the lead. A lot of confidence here in that first lap and a half. Talked about Aiden Riggle. He was one of several on that Lynchburg team who got his first Nationals experience this year. It was a very young crew when you look at the experience level, and it's always impressive to see everybody get out there and deliver when the expectations are lofty. Mason Riggle doing exactly that. Out on an island as Joseph Rowell is in second. And the entire pack behind. Is there enough gas in the tank with 1 lap to go? 127. Riggle will just have to hold on. He has done a lot of the work here in the first few laps. A strong start to this one and 100 meters to go. Makes that final curve down the straightaway, and this one is certainly put away. The question is in what time. It'll be just over 2 minutes. 2:01.97. Deal sneaks into second for Bridgewater, 2:07.48, an impressive last lap. Joseph Rowell goes 2:07.78. So another nice collection of 800s. Distance event that's always entertaining. It feels like that's almost the middle ground to keep some of the sprinters entertained. Obviously, it's not too long of a distance race, and then you get a lot of those distance folks that love to see what is arguably one of the toughest events around the oval. Time to take a quick break. The 200s coming up in about 7 minutes until we get started. Or beg your pardon, the women's 200 was slated for 2:05, so he'll likely be getting on the track somewhat soon. We'll take 60 seconds and be back with the start here at Liberty. Welcome back. The Burg Open here at Liberty University for the third season. It's been quite a ride when you look at Lynchburg starting to host this meet, continuing to host a lot of local opponents. A great way to get the season started, at least the restart after several weeks of winter break. Evan Gates spending this afternoon with you, a Friday, and school's going to be let out early. Not a very long meet at all, just a few more hours to go and some relays to finish what will be a very entertaining sprint to the finish line as we get set for these women's 200s. Obviously, you have everybody who has to report and declare for the 200s. So sections just developed. There's 7 for the women. As we said, lanes 3 through 6, the only ones occupied. So it's Michaela Biller running unattached in 3, Nadaya Abdusalam for Ferrum in 4. Transferred recently, and Ferrum obviously with the D2 landscape, getting a few more athletes. Annie Whited in 5, Jade Buckles in 6. A great battle to get these 200 started. As we mentioned with those two, always ready to race. Jade Buckles, who won the ODAC title, already showed what she was capable of doing in the 60. We'll see if she can do it again in the 2. Just blitzing this first 100 meters, and she is out trying to stay in front of Whited, who's in 5. Smooth sailing as she gets to the straightaway well in front. Looking the part in this first meet of the season. 25:55 for Jade Buckles. Whited goes 26:66. Biller 28:82. For the senior, obviously there are big expectations when you've won an ODAC title to go a little bit further, maybe even try to go to the NCAAs. Buckles has been very impressive in this first day, and a PR of 25:17. That 200 PR was set back at William & Mary last outdoor season, but to be even in the ballpark for the indoor season, that's not a bad spot. Second section. As everyone gets down and ready in their blocks. Letitia Conte-Morrill of Southwest Sprinters, Diana Mackey of Ferrum, Summer Wallace of Bridgewater, Riley Turner of Lynchburg. Riley Turner really in that first meet of the season wasn't too far off of that school record. 25:96 is that mark. She ran 26 even. That's, of course, in the indoor season. Summer Wallace for Bridgewater. 22 top 10 finishes at conference championships. and she's only halfway through her collegiate career. Think about the points that she has put on the board for the Eagles, and she's going to do a lot of the same this year. Big battle in the top two lanes. Riley Turner, a good start to sail into the front. 25:44 personal best. Had a very consistent day in the 60. Now just has to stay in front of the 200. Going to be a battle as they go off of the curve, and Turner as well in front. No time wasted, and a chance to go and get that program record. We mentioned it's 25:96. Oh, just off it again. 26:02. Felt like that might have been the one, as she was well in front. Wallace will settle for second, 26:65. She placed second in the ODAC during her freshman season with a 26:24. That just shows the progression we've seen in the 200. So Riley Turner has essentially emulated what she did the first meet of the season at the Liberty Kickoff. She ran the 60 and was just 100th of a difference off. Ran the 200 and she's just 200ths under it. I feel like that's not a bad problem to have after winter break, weeks away from your team. She's come back to the Hill City and picked up right where she left off. Casey Showers of Bridgewater in 3, Electra McPherson of Sweetbriar in 4, Camille Vaughn of Ferrum in 5, Tatiana Langston of Randolph in 6. Third heat of 7. Final sprint event of the day. Of course, you do have the 4x400 meter relay. Off and running, Camille Vaughn in 5. Starting to soar. No Tatiana Langston in this heat. Vaughn got to the front, and there were no questions had. A race against the clock. The outside lanes. 26:43. Showers goes 29:50. 31:05 for Electra McPherson as we head to the next section.
Section number 4, lane 3 will be
Seen a lot of workhorses throughout the day. Some athletes that can just go event to event with no issues. Jessica Taylor has certainly been one in 5 for Randolph. Tiana Ayers for Randolph in 3. Emma Kelly of Ferrum in 4. And Ariana Jones of Bridgewater in 6. If you're just tuning in from Liberty, Blue Ridge Timing has all your live results. You can check them out here from the 200s. Quickly filing through. Sections like this as well make for good battles in those top lanes when you have 2 of the higher seeds and 2 of the lower seeds that occupy the inside. Almost feels like head-to-head battles. You don't get that often in track and field. But we have certainly seen it, and we've seen some good ones. Jessica Taylor starting to roll. Did exactly what she needed to do in the 400 to claim the victory. 59:29. And now in lane 5 has made the move to go ahead of Jones and cruise to the finish line just north of 26. 26:50, 27:15 for Jones. Kelly finishes in 30:43. Fifth heat features Emily Spaulding of Bluefield, Violet Walsh of Sweetbriar, Kiana McClung running unattached, and Rinya Russell for Randolph, the freshman who has gotten a lot of work today between the 60 and the 400. lot of these athletes here in the Hill City, it's nice to be close to home. Quick commute to Liberty. Obviously for families of athletes or everybody in different locations, glad you could tune in here on Flo and Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Athletes on their way, and a nice start out in lane 6 by Russell. Got to go with 100 left. Starting to see on your screen how much of a difference that curve can make. Lane 6 has been very kind today, and it works for Renya Russell. 27-27, McClung settles for second, Spalding in third. Setting the table for the next heat. Caitlin Etienne for DC International in 3. Tiaja Spencer of Sweetbriar in 4. You remember what Etienne did earlier in that 60-meter. Gotta watch out as she has a lot of confidence. Yvette White for DC International in 5, and Alasia Thomas for RU Track Club in 6. A little bit of a pause, and now we're ready to go. Just one more section to go after this one. Then getting set for the men's heats. Nice start from Etienne in 3. Mentioned she doesn't have a mark, so this could be a really close race coming off the final turn. Still soaring on the inside, and honestly, that is a very good spot to be in, right in the middle of the track. Typically opponents on both sides as Etienne, well, cruise through towards the 27s, 27.69. 28-17 for White, and Spencer has 28-33. You think about a race like this, you want to be able to see everybody in every part of the track. You don't necessarily want to have to run too much. Think about lane 6 starting all the way out in front, but you're running more. Just feels like it is such a mental battle in different events. Every track and field event will have a different story. That's what makes it so fun. See some of the field events going on middle of the track. Long jump and triple jump. all happening earlier in the day, and obviously this has been an opportunity for us to go and plug Blue Ridge timing for all the field event results we haven't been able to talk about, as we have covered all of the different track events. One more to go in the 200. Ashley Utley of Sweetbriar in 4, Megan Walter of Bridgewater at 5, Brianna Taylor of Lynchburg in 6. The freshman had a good start to the day. Made the final in the 60. 100 meters left, not much separation between Walter and Taylor. Taylor with a 27:41 seed, Walter 27:40, and that will tell you why, but it's Brianna Taylor. Jumps out of the cannon in the final lap to a really good time. 27:25 was under that seed time. Walter is 28:29, and Utley will settle for third. That's the type of performance you want to see in an opening meet for the year. Feels like just about everything has gone right. That will conclude the women's 200s and move us along to the men's side. It is going to be a busy men's 200-meter dash, 11 sections. The heavy hitters heavily featured in the early sections, and this will be a fun one. Emmanuel Moss in 2, running unattached. Jalil Weeks of Randolph in 3, Weldon Moffitt of Bluefield in 4. And the battle we've seen all day, Jamal Jones in 5 for Ferrum, Tristan Wright running unattached in 6. We have really hit all the superlatives earlier in the day for 2 of the best. Jamal Jones made the 100 and 200 for the NCAA Outdoor Championships. Tristan Wright went for the 100-meter dash, a first-team All-American in the indoor season. Jamal Jones holds a slight advantage in the 2. These two have always been tight. They've always competed against one another, and they know what they want to do. Feeling ready to go in the top lanes. Tristan Wright, who holds the Lynchburg 60-meter dash school record from last year, has obviously been one of the best that Lynchburg has seen on that sprint side and posted several school records. Lost to Roanoke's Brady Fowler in the ODAC Championships by 0.03 of a second. One was a very fun race in the 200. Jamal Jones struggled in that one, but he has proven today he is in shape, he is ready to go. With a dominant win in the 60-meter dash. Heavyweight battle in lanes 5 and 6. They're off clean. Tristan Wright had been frustrated with that 60-meter dash final. He's going to try to make it up here in the 200. But Jamal Jones starting to make up the stagger as they go around the second turn. Jones sticking into the lead. Wright's not done yet as they stay close. Jones soars through 21 and change. He has been on fire today. 21.76. 22 even for Tristan Wright. Think about the number of times they've had to race today. They've done the 60, they go back for the 2, and all smiles between Jones and Wright. 2 that are very familiar with one another, and they have another one of those signature battles. And ultimately, at this stage of the meet, you know it's going to be tough if you're trying to go out and run for a 3rd or 4th time. You have all those warm-up sessions in between, but you got to feel like there's a lot of optimism between those two and what they can accomplish later in the season. Javon English running unattached for Ferrum in 2. Trenton Tucker for Lynchburg in 3. Sincere Tan running unattached in 4. Justice English unattached for Ferrum in 5. Matthew Mitchell unattached in 6. Fast seed in this one, Justice English with a 21:89 mark. Salem High School graduate, clocked 36:28 in the 300 last indoor season. So many of the youngsters have just continued to feel comfortable on this stage, and Ferrum, a team as proven by Jamal Jones, a team that's really starting to be on the come up. Conference Carolina is obviously heavy competition at the D2 level, but so many of these sprinters have just developed quickly. Lane 6 is vacant. And English, the favorite in 5. This will be a very interesting battle. As we see, it's not necessarily given for Justice English. Sincere Tan keeping it close heading into the curve, and a chance to play catch up. Comes down to the final straightaway, and Sincere Tan slingshots into the lead at the right time. What a fantastic straightaway, and when you think about how he played his cards, it wasn't necessarily too far out to start that race. 22:91 as English finishes in 23:16. Sometimes that's learning lessons for some of the freshmen, knowing that placement, but you do think about so many of these athletes who have just been on the track or in their workouts year after year, and this is not a new sight to them. Sometimes you think about the high school to collegiate jump, that's not an easy one for a lot of sports. Track and field, several of these athletes have competed at Liberty before. Feels no different other than tougher competition. Heat 3 features Dason McMillan for Bluefield and 3. Lender Jackson for Randolph and 4. Tristan Peterson for Ferrum and 5. Jordan Smith running unattached for Ferrum and 6. Fast seed in this one, 22:10, Tristan Peterson for Ferrum. A few of our field events have gone final. Men's weight throw, Xavier White, the victor from Randolph. Sophomore with a 45-foot, 1 1/4 inch mark. Finish in first. McKinley Goodbar and Bridgewater in second with 44 feet 9 inches. And Antonio Harris for Bridgewater in third. 43 feet 5.5 inches. Bridgewater, by the way, had 4 in the top 5. We know the success they've had. Everybody but Xavier White was from Bridgewater, but White was the winner of that one. We see the depth on display for the Eagles on the throwing side. Ready to go in Heat 3 of the men's 200. Quick steps from Tristan Peterson. Just continuing to fly around that curve. Somehow created more separation as he goes to the straightaway and finishes just a few ticks over 22, 22:50. 23:04 for Smith. And Peterson finishes in 23:68. Continuing for our field event results, we just talked about the men's weight throw. the dominance that we saw from Bridgewater. Let's go to the women's side where Kinsey Swicegood and Kaya Rooker went 1-2 for Lynchburg. Kinsey Swicegood 53 feet 4.5 inches for that one. She has just continued to really be in a good spot. You think about flirting with some of those program records. It has really not been a matter of when, or not a matter of if, but when Kinsey Swicegood can catch up. .53 4.5 for Kinsey Swicegood. We'll put her first. Rucker was in second. We'll talk about that more after this 200 section that features Emmanuel Williams from Randolph in 3, Jeff Menskole of Randolph in 4. Xavier Moss runs unattached in 5, Deontay Lawson for Ferrum in 6. Ready to fly here in the 200 and starting to see lane 5 Xavier Moss take off. 100 meters left. Bright yellow singlet. And a really good spot, and it's going to be a tough game of catch-up for anyone else as he cruises through the line just under 23 seconds. 22.90. 23.18 for Deontay Lawson. Men's goal goes 23.62. Lane 5, Chisholm Anukwaga from DC International. He had a fantastic 60 earlier. Ben Baker of Bridgewater in 4, Kyle Galloway of Bridgewater in 5, and Paul Ajayi of DC International in 6. To round out the podium in the women's weight throw, as we were talking about, was Brianna Morgan of Bridgewater, 44 feet 11 1/4 inch for the senior. Mackenzie Swicegood still just narrowly off of that school record, but has been in a really consistent spot to start the year on that field event side, also earning UDAC Field Athlete of the Week honors. Going to some of the horizontal jumps, Patasha Bryan, Paige Greenhagel go 1-2 for Liberty in the women's long jump. Emily Norris unattached, the freshman, is able to earn third with 17 feet 1/4 inch. Men's long jump, Savion Thomas was the winner from Randolph. Freshman with a 21 foot 9 1/4 inch jump. Michael Coley for Lynchburg finishes second. Deontay Lawson for Ferrum in third. And if you want to access any of that information, you can go online to Blue Ridge Timing and look up the Burg Open. It's been a fun day so far. A little bit left after these 200s. The 3K, DMR, and 4x400 meter relay to take us home in the final hour and a half. Anybody's game about halfway through the 200. Question is now, can Anukwaga make up that stagger from the inside as Galloway was in front? Paul Ajayi for DC International is in the lead, and he will get there in about 22 seconds. 22:29. Galloway in 23:04. And Anukwaga in 24:08. Some patient running from those outside lanes, and obviously down on the track, it feels a lot different, a lot more urgent, but up from the bird's eye view here on the broadcast, sometimes you see these races fall into place a little bit differently. A lot of those outside lanes have more of a chance than you would expect. Jaden Brown of Bridgewater in 3, Benjamin Harris for Joy's Jackrabbits in 4, Isaiah Davis of Lynchburg in 5, and Nathan Suttle running unattached in 6. Women's high jump results from earlier. Just a pair of competitors. Eva Whiteman for Liberty able to clear the 5.4 bar. She gets first. Summer Wallace, the only other competitor for Bridgewater, in second, the 4.9 mark. Only other results that have come through is the men's pole vault. Chase Johnson wins it for Liberty, 16 feet 11 inches. Reagan Wise and Todd Benhays, second and third for Liberty. So the Flames complete a sweep in the pole vault. One-on-one here in this 6th section. Jaden Brown, Isaiah Davis. Davis for Lynchburg out maybe by a few steps. We'll see after the curve as Jaden Brown tries to get there, and Davis has gone just about 23 seconds. His first event of the new year, 23-24. Brown goes 24-15. They call Isaiah Davis slinky at Lynchburg, and he has certainly found his way to just spring in front. Also one of the athletes that played football in the past. Think about a lot of these multi-sport athletes that just continue to use that experience to their advantage, and you feel like when you just get to focus on track and field, things get a little bit easier. Section 7 features John Sirico for Bridgewater in 3, Aiden Denning for running unattached in 4, Gabe Wiley for Bridgewater in 5, James McLean for Randolph in 6. In transit in the 7th section. Once again, seeing that theme of the outside lanes really benefiting from getting out in front. And this could be a tighter finish than what we've anticipated, but James McLean looks like he's in a really good spot. Cruise through just under 23 seconds. 22.73, which for the 7th section, compared to these last few times, that's a pretty impressive one, as Wiley and Sirico go 2nd and 3rd, 23.28 and 23.83 respectively. Just about to head onto the 8th section. So glad we've gotten to broadcast an indoor meet. You don't get this opportunity very often at this part of the year to kind of talk about the build-up to the final meets, the big-time stuff as we head into the ODAC championships. Of course, this year it will be at Roanoke College as it is pretty much every year on the indoor slate. May see a difference in locations in the near future, but just an opportunity to get everybody in the same house ready to go. This year, of course, the end of February, start of March, that traditional time on the calendar. Everything from the winter slate starting to wrap up, basketball season right down the street at the Salem Civic Center makes for a really intriguing weekend. Section 8 features Jaden Childress of Ferrum in 3, Logan McClung of Ferrum in 4, Travis Henderson running unattached in 5, and James Young for Lynchburg in 6. Young ran that 60-meter dash earlier. Up and away, Travis Henderson starting to slingshot into a perfect spot. James Young gonna have to move a little bit quicker off the curve to try and keep the pace. Henderson right where he needs to be, 22:50 seat time, and it looks like that was close on the board. James Young a little bit behind, as both had very similar seeds, 22:56 for Henderson. Of course, coming back that first meet in over a month, it can be tricky trying to get everything feeling just about right. On to the 9th heat. Oliver Smith will run unattached in 3. Benjamin Bublitz for Randolph in 4. Christian Humes for Randolph in 5. Jaden Davenport for Bridgewater in 6. Christian Humes ran the 400 earlier today, as we talked about. Someone who is in the conversation for the podium. That 4x400 meter relay team at Randolph was certainly something special last year. Every season, you know, there's going to be turnover on the roster and graduates all around. The question for Randolph will be, can they get Eric West to keep him healthy? Because we've seen when he runs well, he is a difference maker for that 400 squad. Someone who is more than capable of going to the NCAA championships. Good start from Davenport in lane 6. Obviously, in an indoor race, it feels like you're climbing for half of it in the 200 when you're on those outside lanes, constantly dealing with the bank, but no problem for Jaden Davenport. Going to lead this one wire to wire, just over 23 seconds. 23:06. Humes in 23:46, and then Smith settles for third in 25:10. 2 more heats until we get things back to the distance side with the 3,000. Gavin Talbot for Bridgewater in 3, Christopher Wills for Randolph in 4, Parker Marshall for Lynchburg in 5, and Amir Jackson, the freshman out of Randolph in 6. Newcomers ready to make their trip around the oval. We've seen a lot of the freshmen show up and show out in recent years. It's always a question of which one will impact the standings the most. You always know that they're going to have a very big impact, but it just feels like some of those athletes that can also dip into the field side are so valuable. We'll wait for some more field events to discuss with you, but it does feel like men's high jump is getting close to being finished. Lamont Victoria for Lynchburg, one of their big time transfers who could really impact the sprint side come ODAC's time. So not a freshman, but somebody who is a newcomer in the Hornet Red. Hasn't had the chance to get on the track, show something yet, but he has just been very impressive in the early days. Section 10 of 11 on the men's 200 side, just 2 more to go. Steady starts. We've seen a lot of runaway victories here in these 200s. This might be one of the tighter races that we see today. Parker Marshall dealing with Amir Jackson on the outside. Jackson is a few steps in lane 6, and he is going to keep that stride through the line. Take that if you're a Randolph fan. That was as good as it gets. 22.64, 22.93 from Marshall. Wills finishes for Randolph 23.90, and that will round out your top 3. And now we have one more. G.K. Delamore runs unattached along with Adrian Marine, who is in lane 4. Pharrell Crystalline in 5, running unattached, and Noah Austin from Lynchburg in 6. Adrian Marine, 24.80 seed time, right there with Pharrell Crystalline, who ends up being the fast seed at 22.90. This is ultimately anybody's game. Seen a lot of sections that have some of this separation on paper, but then it ends up being a really tight race. Noah Austin down in lane 6, one of the newcomers for the Hornets this season. Also a local kid from Brookville High School, same school as Jason Hunt, who, as we said earlier, is back at Lynchburg for what could be a historic season in the indoor and outdoor campaign. Good to go in the last section. Quick steps from Crystalline in 5, already made up the stagger and then some. Looking dominant as they go into the final turn. A lot of separation. Instructions from the sides of the track. He won't need any as he gets to the line in 22 and change. 22.44. 23.57 for Austin. Moraine finishes at 24.90. Delamore, 27.78. Time for the women's 3K as they get set to go onto the track. Final 3 events of the day here at the Burg Open as we enter the final hour. This will be an exciting one for Lynchburg fans. 9 athletes, 7 of them for the Hornets. Looks like after a few scratches, will be 6 athletes on the line. And distance coach Sam Laneza ready to get this show on the road. One of the exciting arrivals for Lynchburg happened in the middle of the cross-country season. Winter Tejan, the freshman with a 10:45 seed time, also with 3 of her counterparts right at 10:45. But the story has been special for Winter Tejan, who also competes for the Lynchburg equestrian team. She dropped over 80 seconds in less than a month. Started in mid-September. Now was at the Roanoke Inter-Regional. It was actually in October, and then headed to the postseason. Just continued to really elevate and really improve. And we know that in your first season as a competitive distance runner, that can happen, but it's never guaranteed. And it was just a season for the books for Winter Tejan. You think back, if you're a distance fan at Lynchburg, think back to Lauren Thomas, the season she had. She ultimately ended up running D1 at Delaware after graduating from the Hill City. But several teammates with Tejan for this one. Delaney Salisbury, who had a very experienced season of growth. A senior for the Hornets, who has been on the national stage, learning to pace some of her teammates. Maya Baker, Georgie Lanham, Sydney Sint. And Ferrum has Isabel Weigel. Wait to see the scratch, as there are 6 athletes making their trips around the track. 15 laps in total for the 3K. It's a little bit different than the 2 mile in high school, because with 15 laps, you hit the mile after 8, and then you have 7 left. So it's hard to truly split in your head and balance it out as to what you need to run in the final few. Delaney Salisbury takes the rail, and at about 41 seconds through the first lap, looks really poised. For Ferrum, it is not Isabel Weigel, it is Carly Carwile representing the Panthers. Delaney Salisbury, of course, as we said, competed at the 2024 NCAA Cross Country Championships. That was back in Indiana, Terre Haute. 10:59 3K at the Burg Open a year ago to finish 4th. Now owns a PR of 10:41 from the ODAC Indoor Championships. She's just been a distance giant, and she's in the lead. 5 top 10 finishes at conference championships, largely due to some of those distance events. You think about the 10K and the 5K, an opportunity to go score some points. And athletes who are built like that and can handle it, you got to take advantage. Right behind her, Maya Baker, sister of Tanner Baker, who started his career with Lynchburg. Had a 13-second PR in her final cross-country race. And just trying to build some momentum, because for a lot of these athletes, especially on the women's side, who didn't go to the NCAA championships, this is that first race since November. Just trying to keep everybody in the same boat. Sam Laneza needs no introduction as Lynchburg's new distance coach. So we promised we'll also talk about Mario Wilson as the new director. Of course, Sam Laneza tied James Goss for the most All-American honors in Lynchburg history. That's perhaps across every single sport. National title with the DMR squad, and then the 1500 in Myrtle Beach. The story for Coach Laneza is pretty special, because back in Myrtle Beach at that race, he wins the 1500. It is obviously euphoric, as Lynchburg got an individual to win the title. It hadn't happened in quite some time. And about 2 minutes after that race ended, there was a big-time lightning delay. Kept the meet for about an hour and a half. Everybody had to leave the bleachers. And so after all this time and the celebration, it was disrupted very quickly. But Sam Laneza will tell you it's all about the culture, all about everybody who is involved. You see him on your screen right now, and there's just something special about the committee effort that has been happening on the distance side. He has been very fun to watch. You see the splits and the advice being offered. 3:30 on the clock as the ladies make it through and look comfortable through their first few laps. Also a new assistant on the distance side, Joseph Carroll. Did his running at Assumption Still 4 Hornets in the boat up front. Salisbury, Baker, Tejan, and Lanham. Let's talk about Georgie Lanham a little bit. Introduce the other 3 in that pack. Georgie Lanham ran the 3K in her collegiate debut a year ago and had an 11:23 result. She is seeded at 10:45 for this time around with her teammates. That just tells you the progression that she has experienced in the first few years of Lynchburg and has been very consistent throughout the season. If you go back to cross country, all 2340s or 2350s, and that's with different courses, different locations. Maybe you don't feel as well on one day compared to the others, so just a very good model for the rest of the team. Everybody looking strong so far. One more to come around for the mile. Ultimately, this is exactly what you want. Just trying to keep everybody involved. And I mean, Winter Tejan in the middle of that pack. We mentioned how she just started competitive running in October. Still looks poised and comfortable to be with the group. And you just wonder if there's another jump like that, how special it could be. Around 5:39 or 5:40. It's going to put you at an 11:22 3K. Was actually well off the mark. Missed our calculation. Had one job, right? Through 1600, ran around 540. That is good for about a 10:40 3K. I was going to say the paces looked very comfortable. I don't think we're going to be running 11:20s. The PRs are right at 10:45. At least that seed time. Delaney Salisbury starting to pick it up a little bit. So used to looking at the 1500 times. Obviously the outdoor oval, very different. The 3K is just an anomaly of an event, but when people can handle it well and you find your strong suit, it can be exciting. And you know that is certainly one of the events that Chase and Hunt will be looking to get a national title in. Chase and Hunt, of course, national record holder in the 5K on the men's side. Transferred out after that outdoor season. He's back here in the Hill City. Salisbury and Tejan looking smooth with 7:04 on the clock. So separation at this stage of the race, but I don't think it's a worst case scenario for Lynchburg. That was definitely the expectation after that first mile. Maybe Salisbury starting to pick things up. As we said, raced the 10K for the ODAC Outdoor Championships, a 38:51 performance, and that was in the pouring rain. We go back to the outdoor season at EMU. Tried and tested on the distance folk, and just seems like every single year they pick things up a little bit more. Just one section of the women's 3,000, and then the men's heats will feature 2. And we head to our final relays to conclude the day. Final hour of the Burg Open. Always intriguing when you get the chance to host a meet during the indoor season, especially when you don't have your own facility being right down the road. And it's been fantastic to utilize Liberty University. Obviously some great facilities across town, and I always know that that's just what makes this sport so special. The camaraderie effect. A lot of schools in the area that will collaborate. Might not necessarily be practicing together, but you are definitely relying on one another to learn with the training plans. And as a coach, I mean, that's what you need. try and develop a successful program. 2 laps to go for Delaney Salisbury, 9:16 on the clock. Starting to slow down a little bit, but this is in a really good spot for something special. Pacing has looked strong so far throughout this race, and Winter Tejan's still right there. 10:45 was the seed. Through 2,600, all signs have looked positive. Heading into the final lap. 10:41 PR, as we said, from the ODAC Indoor Championships. And it looks like Delaney Salisbury is on pace for a chance to break it. Hard to believe this is the first indoor race for Winter Tejan, the way that she has paced this one in second. Salisbury on her way. Oh, it's going to be close, at least to match that PR. Starting to sprint as she goes into the final seconds. And it looks like she's going to get there. 10:40 on the clock. 10:40, 53 for Delaney Salisbury. Tejan in second, Baker in third. 1, 2, 3, a strong trio. As Tejan goes 10:46, Baker 10:48. What an impressive showing for teammates that didn't have anybody else in the race. Just made that look like smooth sailing. Obviously, the program will rely on having everybody around being ready to roll. Feels like that teamwork aspect helps a lot when they're all on the track at the same time, and that's going to go over to this men's race coming up. Mentioned how 2 years ago, 13 Hornets posted PRs in that 3K. Perhaps some more magic in the air. Final finishers rolling through. Men's 3K facility record 7:54.64. The program record 7:56.92. By Chase and Hunt. Men's 3K first section. You ready for this? 15 athletes will compete in this one. 11 of them belong to Lynchburg. We had to do our quick calculations, and that is just an example of what this one's all about. It almost feels like a scrimmage. A few extra athletes involved in the mix, and what will be a very exciting race. Looking to get something quick. The seeds up front, 8:25. That's the mark that several of these Hornets will be eyeing. Jack Weddle, Randy White, Alex Jordan, Cameron Sidebotham, Hayden Riggle, Mercer Alden, Alex Paciello, Jonas Rush, Luke Demos, Logan Amos, and Emerson Bryant, all for Lynchburg. Dylan Buffington runs unattached. Elliot Soderholm runs unattached with Caleb Evans and Elijah Hucks. Ready on the waterfall line. How does this one unfold is the question. 15 laps to give us the answer. Alex Jordan, perhaps the one to watch with an 8:30.78 seed time coming in. At least that's the personal best. The seed set at 8:25. Former ODAC Rookie of the Year and 8th in the 3K at the ODAC Indoor Championships last year. He has just found ways to impress more and more, and the regional champion in the cross-country season. Two local kids up front. Jason Hunt paces this one out. Brookville High School graduate to the Jefferson Forest High School graduate. Alex Jordan, of course, competed at nationals in high school. One spot away from being an All-American. But the list goes on and on. Cameron Sidebotham right now, who's occupying second, a Fredericksburg native, broke the 15-minute mark in his first collegiate 5K at Wittenberg. Perhaps one of the most impressive freshman distance classes that Lynchburg has ever seen. Came through last year. White right there as well in third. Ran a 1:58.800 at this event last year, and he's just continuing to expand his distance. This is his first collegiate 3K. You wouldn't know it as he had his first opportunity to race at the NCAA level back in Spartanburg for the cross-country championships. It's all about keeping things comfortable at this stage of the race. Right at 4:30 pace. Which you give or take just under 8:30 in that 3K, so right where they want to be. Aiden Riggle is also attached with Jack Weddle to that front pack. That is a large number of your national contenders for Lynchburg. If you go back to Spartanburg, that was the group with a lot of those youngsters that had a tough task. Unfamiliar territory with the graduation and departure of Sam Laneza and Tor Hootsuk Davidson. Jason Hunt wasn't available for that cross-country season. Lynchburg had 5 new names at NCAA championships. By the way, 4 of the 7 who raced were sophomores. Goes back to that class we've talked about. They have really impressed. They're putting on another display here during this race, and all sticking close as Jordan and Sidebotham are right where they need to be. Look at how effortless it looks up front as well as Jason Hunt gets his work in. So the big training block, expected to race soon. Make his Hornets debut, you could say, part 2. One more lap for the mile. 3:56 was on the clock. Jack Weddle we hadn't gotten to talk about. 4:03 in the ODAC Outdoor 1500 to finish 7th in score. And that was really another dominant display. The mile has been an event that Lynchburg has started to take over at the conference level. His 3K PRs from the Burg Open last year, his collegiate debut. This is a race where I feel like, especially for some of the freshmen, can really help you along. Starting to develop into packs as now there's 3 up front. Aiden Riggle and Randy White have fallen off that front pack, so a little bit behind. Pacework is done for Josh Fretwell, who did some more earlier in this race, just trying to get his teammates involved. No news is good news in a race like this. You want to keep things calm and get everybody right where they need to be. Consistent 33s for Alex Jordan up front. It's always a question of how long can you keep everybody engaged, as now it's just down to 2 up front. Alex Jordan and Jack Weddle. Jack Weddle sporting the signature. Different colored shoe on each foot. Like the traditions stick, the superstitions always around. It goes back to that cross-country season. As we have touched on throughout the broadcast, this first meet back from winter break is all about learning, figuring out where people are at, who is going to be in a dangerous spot in a few weeks. It certainly looks like Alex Jordan hasn't missed a beat up front. Trying to hold on to the pacer, Jason Hunt. 8:25 was that seed, but for Alex Jordan, when you look at the PR, it's not too far off. 8:30.78. National level competitor in high school. 24-15 8K to clinch that South Region title, and he almost did that alone at Green Hill Park. It was one of those races where he knew he needed to get out. Obviously, as someone who's proficient at the distance level, make sure you don't leave too much time for everyone else to kick. And that was one of the more impressive showings that we have experienced in a really long time. Continuing to roll. Get that PR. He is speeding up. Looks like there's a little bit left in the tank. The rest of the field trying to hang on, as you have seen this one spread out quickly. Always about commitment at this stage, trying to keep everybody involved as much as possible. And Alex Jordan committed to the pace, stuck with it the entire way, and now he's got one to go. 7:52 on the clock as he makes these final 2 turns. Definitely looks like he is fit and ready to go for this season. Jack Weddle also starting to make his sprint on that back straightaway. Alex Jordan caught it the coronation season as he found his way to the front of the cross-country landscape. He's showing us what he can do on the indoor oval and matches the seed perfectly, just under 8:25. Jack Weddle will have himself a nice result. 8:32. That is very proficient from 2 of Lynchburg's youngsters. Mercer Alden soared into 3rd in 8:45 performance. What a kick from some of those middle of the pack runners. We'll have to go and check out those final laps. Mercer Alden ran a 32. Cameron Sidebotham will finish in 4th. Logan Amos found his way into 5th. 8:49 for his collegiate debut. So many athletes, when you look at the last few years for Lynchburg, struggled to get under 9 in that first race. And that's a good indication. Alex Paciello finishes in 6th. And remember, all the results online at Blue Ridge Timing as they get set for section number 2. Always interesting to hear reactions to races like that. And you know that there are certainly going to be opportunities later in the season for everybody to race together. Of course, the conference championships gives you a golden opportunity Never quite like this. Preparing for that second section. 11 Lynchburg men in the same heat. Some of the field events continuing in the triple jump. Casey Kelly, of course, want to keep your eye on throughout this season to see if she has an opportunity to go back to the NCAA championships this year down in Alabama. 17 athletes this time. Braden Davis is running unattached, wearing hip number 1, the brother of Bryce Davis, Lynchburg alumni. Justin Park will represent Lynchburg and wearing hip number 2. George Crowder for Liberty Running Club. Noah Urchek running unattached, ran earlier in the day. Cairo Pons for Burger Track Club. Blaze Brenneman for Lynchburg, one of the freshmen who has come onto the scene. Troy Gibson runs unattached. Michael Craig runs unattached. Seth Jewett for Ferrum. Carlos Menendez for Ferrum. Alexander Jimenez Harding running unattached with Sean Clements. Brandon Adamson for Bridgewater. Josh Mills for Ferrum. Tyler Smith for Burger Track Club. Philip Lazo runs unattached, and Aiden Dumas represents Bridgewater. Ready to roll here in this final distance event of the day. I guess we should say final individual event. We do have the distance medley relay coming up. Mentioned the brothers Bryce and Braden Davis. Well, Bryce Davis is doing the pacing up front in the Lynchburg singlet, and his brother's right behind him to get this thing underway. So much of the 3,000 comes down to pacing, understanding what splits have to happen when things get tiring, because the numbers start to blend together. Obviously, you know you have to run a certain number each lap, but that number can become a little more deceiving as things go on. Perhaps the pace is around 440 pace, as I was a 110 through the first 400. Continuing to try and get our hands on some more field events. Joshua Smith wins the men's triple jump for Liberty. Mario Carter for Randolph in second. Deontay Lawson for Ferrum in third. Winning mark of 48 feet 10 inches for Joshua Smith, the senior for the Flames. Women's high jump is also concluded. We actually touched on that one earlier. Eva Whiteman and Summer Wallace, the only two competitors. Eva Whiteman for Liberty gets the win on that one. Women's shot put belongs to Abby Mickelay for Bridgewater. Zenola Hatcher-Simmons of Ferrum finishes second. Hannah Pennyjohn is unattached for third. The winning mark for Mickelay was 40 feet 6 inches for the junior. Looks like all the field events we can update you on for now. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the broadcast. Awesome opportunity to continue this indoor season, but tell you what, if you've been around Virginia, you know there is definitely a little bit better weather than there was at this time last year. Burg Open was held ultimately through a snowstorm, trying to get through all the tough conditions to make this thing happen. This year, a little different, 50 degrees here in the Hill City, but it is a welcome sign for distance runners, that's for sure. Pace still looks comfortable up front. Braden Davis sticking to his brother, and then Blaze Brenneman has joined the party. Justin Park just a few strides behind. We'll see if there's a chance for him to latch on. After this one, it's straight into the men's distance medley relay. Then we've got the women's 4x400 and the men's 4x400 to cap all the action. Definitely feels like in a 3K, there are definitely going to be moves and there's going to be separation, but bridging those gaps between packs can be so tough. Feels like it's early in the race. You've got to make a decision. You can't fall too far off. Bryce Davis up off the track at 4:50 on the clock for the mile. Braden Davis will take over. 4:50 will be just over 9 minutes for that 3K mark. Now you're starting to see it unwind a little bit, and it's always that mile mark where you'll see more separation. Braden Davis has definitely got the runway to go for it, especially once you get to that first mark and you know that you've got the numbers down, the splits are exactly where they need to be. That can give you confidence to go for the rest of the race and know you're not going to burn out. What an exciting day it has been just to bring track and field back, but some notable results for Lynchburg. It's the fact that it's more a committee effort. You know, obviously some big time performances, and you know, you don't want to become numb to it with the success Lynchburg has experienced in the last few years. What Alex Jordan did just to start this day in 8:24 3K, that is going to be a result that is very impressive, and it's going to stack up well against the rest of the conference. Just got to feel like as you continue to learn, how can you find ways to elevate? Brenneman and Park for Lynchburg sit second and third, neck and neck heading into the curve. Braden Davis still out in front. A good 30 or so meters. Now it's just about cruise control, and as we said, knowing the numbers every single lap. Find all the splits online and bridge timing. Updated per lap. Field events continuing to go on the inside of the track. The women's triple jump has been coming down towards the end. Some competitors from Liberty and from Lynchburg. We'll keep our eyes peeled for Casey Kelly's results. 12:34 meters. That was the mark last year at the NCAA championships. Hard to match the adrenaline, especially in an early season meet, but you do know that there are a lot of big off-season improvements. Braden Davis starting to make moves. He has stayed out in front for the entirety of this final mile. Few quick steps to get exactly where he needs to be. Into the final. 8:29 on the clock. Going to likely be a few ticks over that 9-minute mark, but you love to see the commitment, especially from that far out. Waited till about 400, 500 meters. Family affair through the first mile. Now time to fly for Braden Davis, and he will cruise into the final straightaway. Justin Park also starting to quicken his steps around the curve. 9:03 for Braden Davis. Here comes Justin Park, and it looks like he sneaks under 9:10. 9:03.46 for Davis. Still waiting the official time for Justin Park. Blaze Brenneman also snuck in for third. (9:16.97) for Blaze Brenneman. So it looks like it was around 9:10 for Justin Park, give or take. That will conclude the men's 3K. PRs all around. You look at seed times and athletes just trying to get under. 9:09.92 the official mark for Park. But this is always impressive to look up and down. Yes, your eyes go towards the front of the pack, but still a lot of big PRs right in the middle. As we conclude the men's 3K and get ready for the DMR. Will be a very intriguing event. And obviously, you got to freshen your knowledge a little bit of how this one is run. Lynchburg has had the luxury of getting to run this event at the national level for a few years, so obviously a little more enthused going into this season, knowing, yes, you got a chance to be right back. 1,200, followed by 400, then 800, and then the mile. The order for this event. So not a lot of folks on the track at one time, but there will be some quick exchanges. And what makes the DMR different than any other relay on the docket is that every other athlete is going to be going a different pace. So that first handoff from the 1,200 leg to the 400 leg is imperative, because that 400 leg is going to want to start running quick. You don't have a lot of time to make separation. Every handoff is imperative. 4 teams, 3 belong to Lynchburg. The 4th named the Dojo of Pain, self-proclaimed. You gotta like some of the creativity around the sheet, but Lynchburg goes out with Fernandez, Henson, Green, and Guest for the first team. Sirigliano, Demos, Bryant, and Cobb for the second. Alcorn, Brenneman, Amos, and Alden for the third. Grace, Moorhard, Meyer, and Marshall for the 4th team. And what's interesting is several of those names on the Lynchburg lineup will not be racing today. So the question is, will they either not finish the race, or will it be different athletes in the mix? You know, for every meet, sometimes you have regulations to where you gotta have a certain number of athletes to compete each one. Now, Danny Rocky is out there for Lynchburg right now. That's a different name than what we called. So some substitutions likely in the mix. We're underway here in the 1,200 leg. Matthew Kane, Ryan Warner, Danny Rocky. Have to think there's a little bit of pride involved when you get to this part of the race and you're going against your teammates saying, you know what, I want to go out there and set my team up nicely. We'll see who's in the driver's seat after the 1,200 leg. Six laps around the track. Matthew Kane right around 63 through 400. On pace for about a 3:09 1200. 2:37K pace. Some of the freshmen on display now, as Danny Rocky was someone else who really made a big impact on the ODAC championships during the cross-country season. What was interesting is he actually took the lead for a little bit in a race that really hadn't broken open, and that seemed to just really bust the seams of what had been a pretty conservative effort. Currently occupying second, Matthew Kane all alone up front. Lancaster High School graduate. Someone else who's from Lancaster, name you might remember, Haley Smith, and the record book for the women's 800. Would have been left for Matthew Kane. Slowed down just a tad on that last lap. Now looking around 3:12 pace and 2 laps to go. Plenty of separation in this race to kick things off. The 400 leg is going to be very interesting, especially with a lot of these distance runners that haven't necessarily handled those exchanges before. We'll see how they go about it, see if all 4 batons make their way around the track. Of course, Lynchburg doesn't want to speak about that too much. You go back to the NCAA championships last year, it was a very close call on a handoff in this very exchange from the 1200 to the 4. Ended up being Marko Kovacevic to Jacob Hodnett, and just barely held on. And Chasen Hunt on that mile leg was starting in about 5th place and almost had the miracle run to give Lynchburg the lead at the end. Didn't have enough firepower, but got very close. As Matthew Kane has his first exchange to Aiden Riggle, they're off and running for the 400. Danny Rocky gives away to Josh Woolard. No time to waste as Ryan Warner gives it off to Joey John. Lynchburg occupying the top 3 spots. As we said, getting to meet some of the freshmen all across the board for this Lynchburg team that maybe didn't get to run as much during the cross-country season. Some of the mid-distance athletes. 400 goes by very quickly as Aiden Riggle is still in front by a sizable margin. He's going to hand off to Draven Fernandez. This is another one of those imperative handoffs. It goes cleanly for Lynchburg as Fernandez is off and running. Josh Woolard gives it to the New Jersey native, Nick Sirigliano. Joey John steaming down that straightaway, and Jake Sisk takes over. Former Liberty Flame. Didn't get to talk about Jake Sisk much earlier in the broadcast. Excited for his move to be with this Lynchburg team. 157, 800, and 235 1K PR. He actually started his collegiate career in New Jersey City. He's now handling 3rd place for this Lynchburg team, but Draven Fernandez in front. A little bit of a scrimmage. Chance to get some extra work around the oval is always a positive for distance coaches. Draven Fernandez, obviously not in his main event running the 800 leg, but certainly a good training effort. Mile leg after these first 3 can feel like such a long contest, and that's why there's a chance for athletes to come back in a race like this. You just never know. And it looks like 3 milers for Lynchburg will be Jamison Mantooth, Shea Henson, and Foster Kirby. Draven Fernandez, senior to senior, as Jamison Mantooth takes over. Jake Sisk Had a nice leg to move up into second. Nick Sirigliano will finish in third. So final leg, we'll have to see what the splits officially say. Shay Henson off and running, looking smooth to get this thing started. Shay Henson really has a lot of upside when you look at how he has been able to run. As you see on your screen right now, Jamison Mantooth, another one who really had a similar trajectory. Think about the 800 in an event that really allows you to develop over time. And one of the old coaching philosophies from former Lynchburg distance coach Jake Reed was, you know what, we're going to try and go up in distance. It's a little bit easier to coach extra distance instead of trying to find that extra speed. And it really worked out. Jamison Mantooth, someone who obviously enjoys the 800 and is, I would say, a self-proclaimed 800 runner. But he's really tested the waters of the mile and some of those other events, and it works well. Confidence at a premium, and Shay Henson going to be in a similar boat. You see a lot of the length and the stride he has already. That is going to play to his advantage. Just a freshman, but already 800s that have really been in good spots. Foster Kirby right now occupying third. Someone else who had a great start to it. 155, 800, and that was ultimately behind the scenes for Lynchburg as the distance team had some chances for time trials, getting everything ready. Final stages of the Burg Open, the men's distance medley relay on the track right now. As this one finishes up, we will head to the 4x4. Just one section on the women's side, one on the men, to wrap it all up. What's been interesting about this DMR, yes, the 3-milers are out at a good pace, but they've ultimately been on islands since this one started. Not a lot of teams, so a little extra space in between each. Jamison Mantooth and the lead for the Hornets. Shay Henson, Foster Kirby second and third. There were some jokes before this race got started because the seed time for these Lynchburg teams was 9:44.44, which, by the way, was one of the best times in NCAA history that this Lynchburg team put together just a few years ago. And they said, you know what, no pressure in going and getting that after running a 3K or a mile earlier on. This is truly a training effort at this part of the meet. Jamison Mantooth will be nearing the bell with just a little bit left. Just goes to show the importance of every single leg and how impressive it can be to be a good DMR squad. Got to have every single department taken care of. Jamison Mantooth at the bell, 10:19 on the clock, one more to go. DMR will be an event that's contested at the Old Dominion Athletic Conference Championships, and it's always a little bit of strategy figuring out who's going to race that versus who's going to be in those individual events. Depth certainly helps. That's something that Lynchburg has had the entire time, even after losing a few of those top names in the past. Shay Henson has slingshot into second past Foster Kirby. Jamison Mantooth will get the victory now at about 10:54, maybe a tick under. And Shay Henson cruising on his way in for second. 10:53.96 for that first Lynchburg team. And Jamison Mantooth spearheads the final lap for 11:04.19 for Shay Henson's crew. Foster Kirby's squad with an 11:05.65. Final team to come in will be right around 11:18. That will wrap up the DMR. Just one more event around the track, the 4x400s. What has been a very calm, very quick day here in the Hill City to get the indoor slate resumed. Evan Gates spending the time with you. It's been exciting to have indoor track returning here at the Liberty Indoor Track Complex. We'll see if we have any more field event results before we have to depart in a few minutes after that 4x4. Still waiting on some of those jumping events to finish as well. The men's high jump results are in, and Lamont Victoria has gotten the victory for Lynchburg. He has 3 of his teammates behind him as well, but the Hornets have perhaps one of the better high jump teams in the nation this year, and Lamont Victoria only helps that as he has a 6'9" mark. By the way, all without Jamarcus Brown, who has been posting some very nice numbers for the Lynchburg men's basketball team. Has had double figures in every single game and just happened to make the NCAA championships for the indoor tracks late last year. You could say he's probably one of the best athletes on campus for Lynchburg. Aiden Hipp, Elijah Rose, and Jaron Lee 2nd through 4th in that men's high jump category. Lamont Victoria got to the 6'9" bar before he failed to get over in that one. Women's pole vault belongs to Danica McCarron from Pole Vault, Carolina. 12'9.5" as Katie Irvine and Aya Jackson finish 2nd and 3rd. There was actually a tie for 1st, so McCarron and Irvine tied at that 12'9.5" bar. 4x4 teams getting ready to roll. I'll introduce them to you as there's a trio on the track ready to go. Ferrum in 4, Liberty in 5, and Lynchburg in 6. Once again, at this time of the meet, when you have teams that have run a lot of other events, this is likely not to qualify for anything, at least for Lynchburg's perspective, as they have several athletes that are doubling or tripling back. Ferrum will go out with Christian, Mackey, Hudgens, and Carwile. Liberty with Moore, Greenhagel, Schlotterback, and Bryan. Lynchburg has Hannah Edwards, Madeline Boyce, Riley Turner, Caitlin Ruiz. They'll be on the top lane. This Liberty team has a lot to play for in the track and field landscape. They claim the 2025 Conference USA Outdoor title in dominant fashion, over 60 more points than UTEP. That was out in Tennessee, a better travel trip than having to go all the way to Texas like they've done in the past. The Liberty men finished 2nd behind Kennesaw State. That was decided by just about 5 points. Much closer margin than what you saw on the women's side. Division I nowadays just has a lot of competition, but also a lot of impressive talent at the top. And you're starting to see it in the transfer portal, always so important. A little bit of international representation as well. Ready to go with just 2 races left on the day. Quick start from Liberty as you anticipate. They make up the stagger here in the first 100 meters. A reminder, Lynchburg's next competition will be next weekend, and they will continue that pace until the conference championships. Two meets on Friday, January 16th, and Saturday, January 17th. That's the Virginia Tech Invitational, as well as the Finn Pincus Invitational, hosted by Roanoke College. A little bit different competition levels. Obviously, you go to Virginia Tech, going to see some more D1s there. A few athletes for Lynchburg who have definitely been at that level. First exchange goes to the Flames, right around 58 seconds. Riley Turner gives away to Madeline Boyce. Madeline Boyce will double back with her second 400 of the day after making her debut with the Hornets for the season. Still awaiting a few of our results from field events. The women's triple jump is in. Alexandra Guzman, 36 feet, 6.5 inches for first. Casey Kelly, 36 feet, 3.25 inches for second. That's 11.06 meters. So still trying to get back to where she was at in that mark for the NCAA championships as the next exchange happens on its way. Liberty still in front. Now Olivia Krieger for Bridgewater in third, 35 feet, 2 inches. Blue Ridge timing has all those results. You can catch up. And if you look up the Burg Open, 3 laps to go for the Flames. Hannah Edwards ran a tough 800 in that event, as we've already talked about. One of the tougher ones on the distance slate. Starting to move for this 400 as well. Just one more leg to go.
So coming into the anchor leg is Liberty. They'll hand it off one more time. It'll be 2:57
Flames with a clean exchange into the last leg. Hannah Edwards moves to a good spot. Hands off to Caitlin Ruiz.
So bell out for Liberty. Lynchburg with 1 to go, 3:33 with 200 meters left.
Liberty on their way to the victory right in their backyard. And then Caitlin Ruiz with 100 meters to go for Lynchburg. Transfer from Shenandoah, who's had a really good start to her Hornets career in her first 2 meets. A lot of work, a lot of events, but it does feel like Lynchburg's going to be in a good spot to continue evolving here throughout the next few weeks.
4:72. That would be good for the number 20 time in D3 based on performances coming into the weekend for Lynchburg.
Just one more section to go for the Burg Open. Big thanks to everybody who made this broadcast happen and all the folks at Liberty University for inviting Lynchburg with open arms every time. And our final section of the day, 5 schools anticipated to toe the starting line. Liberty will be in 2, Ferrum in 3, and then 3 Lynchburg squads occupying lanes 4 through 6. We'll see if they go out there with all 3. It looks like 2 Hornet squads are ready to roll. Gives us a good chance as we get near the end of the broadcast to talk about the new director of track and field and cross country, Mario Wilson. Talked about it earlier today as he and Sam Laneza have started to take over in new roles for this Lynchburg program, but just so excited to see what this culture will be and obviously how it continues to evolve throughout the years. Mario Wilson, who was formerly with UVA for a 13-year tenure, coached several national champions, has been around success for a long time, and his coaching trip is not a quick one. Obviously, a lot of coaches who arrive at the Lynchburg levels, you see them on your screen, have made their way around the country for several different stints, coaching roles at Clemson, New Mexico, Bucknell, and St. Francis, Pennsylvania. By the way, he was also a student athlete back in the day, and that was at Marist, 4-year starter on the football team. But as we've talked with Mario early in the season, the indication is that this program is dedicated to the success it's found in the last few years. He understands the history and what has made it special. And a lot of athletes he has brought in that have really helped this team, especially when you look at his experience coaching multi-athletes. the pentathlon, heptathlon, you name it. You got folks like Michael Leach and Margot Fox for this Lynchburg team that have really been around success for a long time, and they have a chance to go to the NCAA championships as a result. One more to go here from Liberty. Heavyweight battle on the outside for Lynchburg. Got two of the 400 speedsters going side by side. That's always one of those opportunities for the freshmen to get out and have a chance. Blake Henson goes with Noah Austin. Liberty a few steps out in front. Now the Hornets propel themselves into the lead. Good start for Noah Austin, and sometimes a relay like this can pump the adrenaline a little bit more. They're going to hand off first to Isaiah Davis. Clean handoffs. Can be very easy to be a little too comfortable up front when you get the handoff first, and that might be the boat that Isaiah Davis is in right now, bending to a pace. We'll see if it's good enough. Lynchburg sits first and second. Elijah Rose doing the running for the Hornets. Another one of the strong high jumpers. This team has really developed a knack for finding some of the best leapers in the area, and this Hornets team is back. When you think about what they've got on the field event side, that's going to help them out tremendously at the conference championships. Hornets waving it on in for the next exchange, and it was a beautiful one up front. Lynchburg sticking into the lead. This will be our first opportunity to see Lamont Victoria get to run. We mentioned the transfer who has just been so impressive early on. He will be the anchor leg for this Lynchburg team. Maybe a little chip on their shoulder with D1 Liberty right behind. Lamont, a Richmond, Virginia native from Prince George High School. And Liberty has moved into the front. Ardarian Diamond also helping out for Lynchburg. And into the final leg, the Flames have the lead. Lamont Victoria has his first opportunity to race for the Hornets. See a strong stride around the oval. He is one of the better speedsters on this team. And heading down the back straightaway, wasted no time catching back up. Perhaps this is going to be one of the memorable moments from the Burg Open as Victoria is waiting out in lane 2. See if he makes the move. Several extra steps. How much does he have left? We talked about how he is proficient at the 60 and the 200. And 400 might just be a little too tall this time, as Liberty is going to move into the front and coast to the lead. Exceptional effort from Lamont Victoria, and as we said, there's a lot to expect from him. The short sprint side, 3:30.29 for the Hornets, as Ardarian Diamond made sure they got 2 podium spots, and they finish in 3rd. What a day from the Burg Open. Blue Ridge Timing is all your results. You can find out the rest of it on there, but a big thanks to everybody involved with the crew. Joe, Micah, Ethan, JP, the entire rest of it. It's been a fun day here at Liberty. Lynchburg returns to action next weekend at Virginia Tech and Roanoke College. Big thanks to you on LHSN and Flo College. My name's Evan Gates, saying so long from the Hill City.